Honk.
There we go. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, everyone. Welcome, Argonauts. Welcome all to the new space. The new space that is not even within 1/10 of being close to where it's supposed to be. Not even close. Thank you, Shadowed Mage. The tier 3 sub, 21-month streak, 43 months overall. Good God. Thank you very much. The sounds weird. Well, I am talking to you from my Samsung Go mic. This is on ARV Top. It's not really even ARV Box because I don't have all of that stuff set up to do this yet. So I'm just streaming literally from my laptop pretty much. So I'm hoping that it's going to sound okay, but I do want it to be, this is not my setup at all. Like, I don't have my microphone. I have nothing set up. I just literally got one half of my desk set up today because I spent about 7 hours taking care of my son during the day, which was not the plan. But wife and mother-in-law had to go and do a bunch of errands and stuff like that back at the old place. And so basically that meant that I was there wasn't much I could do in terms of getting anything done until much later. But with Little Arv's help, I was able to get some work done. Towards the end, and we did manage to get the desk completed and all that stuff. So I thought, even though we're not going to be able to do, I don't think Inkle's Sorcery today, although I really wanted to, but I'm not going to be able to do that today. If I don't have my console set up tomorrow, we might end up doing that tomorrow. I've still got to finish setting up my desk and then the computers, and then once that stuff is all set up, then I can start worrying about setting up the rest, because there's a lot to do up here. I mean, it's a big space, and I'm glad. A lot of the stuff that was sitting in my garage and that was stuff that I could never get to, I can now get to, and that's awesome. But there's just a lot of stuff that has to be put in place, and so it's going to take a couple of months, really, to get fully settled in. But, obviously, with every step along the way, we'll get closer and closer to having it ready. So you are going to see me today in the very much utterly raw form. Like, it's not my new awesome camera. It's not even my C922, it's my C920. It's just a bunch of stuff that, and that'll be part of what you get a chance to see me do today, is try to set stuff up. So this is a very sort of low-key, hanging out stream. I'm going to be building the second part of my desk. I built part 1, so now I have to build part 2. I have to decide a couple things about where these other parts are going to go, and then basically putting the computers down there. I did get the internet up and running, and the good news is that the internet actually is definitely functional here. So at the old place, I had 940 down and 940 up. Until I get fiber back, I'm not going to get anywhere close to that again. But what I do have here is I have about 470 down and about 51 up, which is perfectly respectable. Like, 51 up is not terrible. That's not, 51 up. I've streamed way lower with way lower, stats than that. So that's doable. And because of the area I am, that's not likely to drop any further. It's going to be right around there. And they were swearing up and down that they're going to have fiber out here in less than a year. This is Optimum, and Optimum wanted fiber out here a long time ago, but they got into some big argument. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, so that's what we've got working. So a lot of this today is, again, I'm using my Samsung Go mic, but this is not even the power of ARVBox 2.0. Okay, like, I don't even have my secondary monitor set or any of that stuff. This is very much in progress, that you folks are seeing. But I wanted you guys to get a sense, I wanted you folks to get a sense of what this was like, and to get a feel for the, to get a feel for a little bit about what the new studio is going to be all about. I did, of course, do that impromptu stream where I walked around in the house a little bit and showed you some of the places, including up here, but that's when it was empty. Now we have all the stuff, like all the things up here. And so, yeah, plus also some people do like to watch some of these other streams come up together. So I have a mesh network coming tomorrow, which is going to allow me to get the rest of the house set up. I've got as soon as we find our TiVo, I'm going to install the little cable card, which reminds me, where did I put the cable card? I think it's over here. Yeah, it's up there. Okay, I found the cable card. So we've got that. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff and such like. So, but that said, I do want to remind everybody about ways to support this channel, and I do really appreciate that, especially as I am transitioning here from the old place to the new place. You can support us by following the channel. You can support us by checking out the YouTube. We've had a couple of new subscribers over there. I'm really trying to encourage subscriptions, so anyone who can do that would be appreciated. That's exclamation point ArvTube. Um, yeah. I don't love y'all, and it's precisely because for me it doesn't feel natural, Triffid. I don't love y'all. Like I think Mike Underwood does that a lot, and I don't know. I always feel like I'm some pretending to be some Tennessee native when I'm clearly not. So I don't know. Sometimes I do you all, but I don't like y'all. I don't know. Some people feel more natural with it than otherwise. Anyway, I will. I'm pretty soon. I'm going to get used to just folks, and that will not be a problem. It's important to recognize that literally I would say 75 to 80% of the encounters that I have outside of the enlightened Twitter set and the enlightened author crew still uses guys interchangeably, men and women all the time. Like it just is. It's ubiquitous. Like, and so when I come on here, it's very, obviously we've made and I understand why I've made very much a not change, but literally it is just every second I'm getting nothing but guys, 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 guys. For me, my daughter, my wife, my mother-in-law, just it's bizarre. So anyway, that's why it takes a little while, probably longer to get it fixed, but I'll get there eventually. Yeah, exactly, Prince Justin. Yeah, I don't know, it just doesn't quite fit. Anyway, well, thank you, thank you. I'm. It's important, obviously. I think it's a change worth making, but in any case, my apologies for any mistakes along the way. Anyway, so but I wanted a chance to get more people involved with. I forget where I was going with this. The YouTube and then the Discord !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond and Adventures of Middle Earth and soon Esper Genesis stuff there. Also !ArvTreon, where that ticked back up again. We're up to 193 per month, 21 patrons. That's great. Anyone who can jump on board, that really does help. Makes a big difference for the financial health of the channel and allows me to do things like get a mesh network and other things that will make it easier for me to do streaming from different places. And then, of course, we've got the sub button right above the Patreon. I said the sub button, which allows you to subscribe to the channel, as tonight we got from Trifidimats and as we got from Shadowed Mage. So thank you for the resubs, everybody. And I really appreciate that. And anyone new who's like, oh, who is this person? If you like what you hear tonight in this semi-chill stream we're going to be doing, then please let me know what, please stick around. I hope we'll see more of stuff going on, and that would be lovely. Let me just move that over there. Okay. Yeah. And I think the last thing I need to mention is and also you get inspirations to help our tabletop players, which is always nice. Last thing that I want to mention is the publishing stuff, !Icarus, for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. More coming from Athos soon. !Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. More on that coming very soon. And then we've got, yes, especially the print version of that. And then !Grayshade KS, which is the Grayshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching in early April. Current date for that is April 6th. So we are moving in on that, and I'm very excited for more details to announce about that. And fortunately, I should have everything set up here by the time that happens, because that'll be nice when that, anyway, gets underway. And I think last but certainly not least, as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert that Black Lives Matter, and there are links there where you can find resources and information that's of great value there. Our Black Lives Matter flag is flying proudly outside this house, which is funny because we've been getting a lot of the New York Post delivered here, apparently from the previous owners. So I called up to make sure we nipped that nonsense in the bud. And I just think it's funny that a place that was routinely getting New York Posts now has a Black Lives Matter flag. I think we've made some good progress in that regard. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, also really important as well. Now, quick note on schedule. As I say, tomorrow night my plan is still to try to stream Metroid Prime. Nature is healing. That's right. To try to stream Metroid Prime, but it is completely dependent on whether I get the consoles set up and how much other work I'm able to get done today and tomorrow. Now, because I did yeoman's work today and I did get a lot of, a lot of hours spent with my son. It was a great day, by the way. We went out to the beach, which is right near us now. We were out there for like an hour and a half. In fact, I felt bad because he even got a slight little just like redness, not really a sunburn, but I was like, it's March 12th, like 11 or whatever it was, March 12th. I'm like, come on, it's fine. He got a little, red because he was just out there. We were having a blast with him and little Arv. And then we were out there with Chalk, and he was like playing in the new yard, and it was like, it was really a nice day. He was like not looking at any video stuff. It was just Chalk and playing and having a good time, and so it was a really nice day. But it definitely was not a very productive work day. And so, hopefully we will get more stuff like that done tomorrow. The other thing that this is a good test of is this is the first time that I'm streaming as I see it at full volume. Yeah, I know. I mean, I know that, Triffid, but he was also in long sleeves and like, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally just the back of his neck. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Anyway, but this is also a chance for me to kind of test and see how well we do at keeping the rest of my family from being able to hear me, because theoretically I should be able to speak up here and not, and have very little coming through to the other rooms. And so that means I can be like, yeah, pump my fist. Probably can't be jumping up and down forever because, the house would probably hear that. But that kind of thing. So that's what I'm hoping to do. To be able to not have to worry about keeping my voice down because I'm going to wake up my child. That is nice. That's one of the benefits of this place. And the other benefit of the place is what has given it its new title, which I just came up with tonight for what the name of this studio is going to be. So if you listen for a minute, I'm going to turn up the microphone gain, and I'm just going to listen and see if you can hear. And tell me what you think it is when you can hear it. Wait for it. Right, Triffid, right, yeah. I'll move you closer to it as well. Oh, now it's going to make a liar out of me. No, it's not a foghorn. I wish. No, I wish. No, it's not that. You heard that? Yeah. It is the wind, because you can hear the wind, and I love it. Like, not so loud that it would be a big interference. It's the wind. And so the name of the new studio is Windcoast Studio. I did quite a few searches to make sure that I wasn't going to run into anyone else who happened to have the name Windcoast Studio, and I don't see anyone anywhere. So the unofficial name of this place is now Windcoast Studio. So Eagle Studio is what I first started with, although I wasn't streaming at the time. That's when I was doing podcasting stuff exclusively. Then I started streaming from my old place that you all are familiar with, and that was called Phoenix Studio. Technically, and then this one is now called Windcoast Studio because it's appropriate to the conditions, the places that we are. And I love wind. I have always enjoyed listening to the wind, and so yeah, having that sound is pretty awesome, because once I get the sound compressor and once I get all in the noise gate stuff set up and whatever, it's not going to be interfering with anything. It's not going to make it, but that right there, that so good, so good. I love it. So yes, so that's Windcoast Studio. All right, and with that said, I am going to get rid of this. Now I'm going to warn everybody up front that speaking of Windcoast Studio, your boy Arv is in exactly that same situation. Now you probably can't tell at the moment, but like, this is a nightmare. Okay, like my hair is a freaking nightmare. Like it's been doing like this thing, and I just like, because we've been moving and all this stuff, and like my wife is normally the one who's been doing some things to try to help like dial it back. But this theory I had of wanting to grow my hair longer, not long. I kind of do like aspects of it, but like there are other things that I'm just kind of like, oh my God, this thing, not so much. I like, because like it just, bleh, right? So I like a little bit of length. You know, I really do. I've never had it long. This is way longer than I've ever had in my entire life. But it's just, there's too much of the thing. So I don't know. But anyway, all right. So welcome everybody. Now this is not set up where you can see anything yet. Maybe I'm moving it like this. Okay. So right now, what you're seeing here is going to be, this is my laptop that I'm holding. That back there right now is the background, but it is not going to stay the background because I'm going to have shelves. I am going to have books and games there. I'm going to show you some of these books and games that I'm going to be putting up there pretty soon. And Little Arv is actually going to have right over there is going to have painted the Arvin Elleron / Gregory Wilson logo on the wall right there too. So it's going to be something like this. Now, again, the camera's going to be 10 times better. It's going to be, yeah, I know, Mrs. Dunsel, I know. Right, I am Lion-O, exactly right, Aaron. So anyway, I'm going to have that over there. I may even run light strips on the beams back there. We'll see. But it's I mean, I don't know if you can see. There's a lot of stuff, including my Biden-Harris, which I'm feeling rather smug about, incidentally. Thank you to President Biden for passing the most progressive piece of legislation in at least 4 decades and bringing it forward. Good job. Nice work. Too bad the other clown didn't do the same thing. Thank you. Also vaccinations. Anyway. But so we've got that, and we got all that stuff over there. And then over here, now this is the part that, like, actually, I don't need to move my whole laptop. I can just move my camera. All right, here's the part, chat, that is... All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Okay, there's that. That right there. That's a lot of books. Now, we got a lot of bookshelves, but those are a lot of books. But that's all the books, including my father's old poetry books, too, which I was never able to keep in here. I even found some stuff from my house that I had forgotten that I owned. For example, Little Van Goghs. Get it? Van Gogh. This thing is a thing that you, like, put a piece of paper on and you rub this, like, chalk drawing, and it basically makes this cool van that you can then, like, you can mix and match it. You'd, like, mix and match the van, and then you can color it in. This is, like, mid-'80s, like, classic kid stuff, right? I have never, ever in my life, I completely forgot that I had this, but I loved this when I was younger. When I was, like, probably about 11 or 12, I loved this so much, and I forgot I still had it. So Little Arv actually did a drawing in this today, just to kind of give it a try. So that's an example of one of many, many, many things that I'd forgotten that I had to position up here. But the other thing, the thing which is going to be more relevant to this stream, I think, to this channel, is this stuff. So I'm going to show you folks here something else that, if I can remember where I put it. I remember. Put this somewhere. Ha! Yes, I found it. Okay. I'll put this here. All right. Here we go. Show and tell time, people. And then I'm going to start building this desk. Here's just one of many things that I found that I have not been able to bring up. Feast your eyes on an original Dungeon Module A2, Secret of the Slaver Stockade. I have Assault on the Eyries of the Slave Lords. I have In the Dungeons of the Slave Lords. I have, that's right, the Keep on the Borderlands, baby. The first ever module I ever played when I was in like 5th grade. And I even remember the guy who ran it, whatever. Keep on the Borderlands right here. I've got this one, which I've run, Palace of the Silver Princess. Tremendous module. Tremendous adventure, right? I got Dwellers of the Forbidden City. I've got, like, advanced stuff. I got Lankmar. I got some Lankmar going on here. I got a classic solo adventure, Blizzard Pass. Yeah, Keep on the Borderlands. I've got one for Dungeons & Dragons, not advanced. This is still in its shrink wrap. Look at this. Character levels 28 to 32. This is from Basic Dungeons & Dragons. Vengeance of Alphax by Skip Williams, who's a legend in the industry. And look how much it cost me. $1 at KB Toys. Back in the day. Dwellers of the Forbidden City. This one, which is the beginning of the whole Hamlet adventure that eventually would become Against the not Out of the Abyss, Against the Elements, whatever the elemental campaign thing was there. What's up, Lone Wolf? Against the Cult of the Reptile God, N1. This was the first, like, with Village of Hamlet and everything. Yeah, but Temple of Elemental Evil. Yeah, but they have a new. I forget what the 5e version of this is, but anyway. And then this one, which is a sneaky good one, Expedition to the Barrier Peaks, which is really, really cool, by Gary Gygax himself. Hey, and good to see you, Lone Wolf. So anyway, bunch of stuff like that. So I've got all of these modules, right? Beyond the Crystal Cave. The Isle of Dread. This would later become remade into Tomb of Annihilation. The 5e Tomb of Annihilation. Curse of Xanathon. Lathan's Gold. We got a master player screen right here. Yeah, with SF Tech. Yep. We've got RPGA, which I was ranked in for a little while. Polyhedron, right there, the old school stuff like that. Yeah, man. We've got all these things, right? So, and then we have like 5e stuff. We have this for Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Book of Crypts, Ravenloft. We got the Lost City, which was really cool. We've got this one, which is actually, this one is one of the most interesting puzzle modules I ever ran. The Ghost Tower of Inverness. A really, really good module that not a lot of people talk about. Really cool stuff, this one. The official RPG tournament handbook. You getting a feel? You picking up what I'm laying down here, Chet? Unchained. Arnold says, Unchained. I am unchained right now. I am chained, but not so much. Mystery of the Snow Pearls. The Endless Stare by friend of the stream, Ed Greenwood. And then a bunch of other ones. So anyway, you get the idea. So, and then we've got what I think is, we got some 5Es and like 4Es, whatever. And then we've got this one. When they basically took a lot of that Slave Lord stuff and they put it into Scourge of the Slave Lords right there, which was sort of a combo module, basically. Oh, man. And look at this, by the way. This was the spell planner that they had. I do, Aaron, yeah. This was the spell planner. I don't know if you can see this on the webcam. You probably can't. But, like, this thing was, like, basically every spell, but it was compressed so it could fit onto a single sheet. So it's got stuff like Charm Monster, C4S, R 6 feet. I'm assuming that's, I don't know what C4S is. Range, that's probably range, 6 feet. Damage splash, something splash, and then S negates, like, so save negates, I would say. It's crazy, right? So, but here's the thing that I think is the most, like, the biggest sort of pick of them all. Oh my god, look at this. See, I gotta be careful or I'm gonna go right down the looking glass with this and we're not gonna get anything built today. Oh my goodness. All right, I have a bunch of people that I've played stuff with. All right, you want to see my chicken scratch rating? That was me circa... Oh God, I was probably 12, 13. All right, Dungeon Key. This room is this was my description of these rooms, okay? This room is empty. 2 doors are on either side of the room. This has a strong downdraft and a dank, moldy smell, okay? This room has a table in the center. 250 pieces are loose on the table. The room is dripping water. There's a crate in the corner that contains a vial of oil and a container of leaves, okay? This room has a table in the center. There is a heap of trash in the corner which contains 750 EP in 2 metal urns. If the handles are grasped, a poison needle will spring out. There's a secret door in the left wall. When it's open, the players will hear a hissing. This leads to a dead end. I don't know what I was doing. Like, this room has a door to the right and straight ahead. There are 5 giant rats in this room. There's a skeleton on the floor. I think I was not focusing a lot. And then I think... and then clearly I got bored of doing this because the last entries are all like, this room is empty. This room is empty. There's a giant toad here. This room is empty. Door falls forward, causing 10 hit points of damage unless save versus petrification. This room is empty. Like, all there and then there will be an old man here who tells you that you must choose 1, 2, or 3. Then he disappears. 1 contains a skeleton. 2 contains gas. 3 is empty and leads to 35. Like, this room is empty. This room is empty. And all of these, by the way, were working off of this key, which was like this dungeon map key that you could use. So it was cool, but like, oh my goodness, my earliest of DMing days. But I want to find the thing that I think is really cool, and I saw it down here before. Here, let me see. I know it's in here. I saw it. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Now this I got this thing from a friend of mine who had played a little bit of D&D but wasn't really that into it or whatever. And so I got this from him, and by the time I got it, it was not in great condition. I don't care though. This is an original World of Greyhawk fantasy world setting setup. This has the coolest freaking map and these crests and everything. Like, and it's basically I have a gazetteer. And it came out, you can see it because it's stamped all over the place. May 1st, 1983. Where is it? May 1st, 1983. Check out this bad boy right here. Look at this. That's 1/2. That is 1/2. You've got the Theocracy of the Pale, the Bone March, Grendep Bay, the Snow Barbarians, who clearly did not get along with the Frost Barbarians, who really hated the hell out of the Ice Barbarians up here, the Hold of Stonefist, the Bandit Kingdoms, right? The country of Sundi, Vast Swamp, Erde Sea. And the thing that made this so cool, that's only 1/2 of the map. And the thing that made this absolutely so cool were the descriptions of some of these things and the way they were set up. I have to find the description of Ayuz. Okay, here we go. So here's the description. Ayuz, land of, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I think it's Ayuz. Ayaz, Lord of Evil, evil demigod. Capital, Duraka. Population 10,000 plus. Population 30,000 plus. Demi-humans, none. Humanoids, many. Numbers unknown. Resources, furs, and electrum. Here's the description. Ayaz, old Ayuz of fear babe talk, may be human, or may once have been human, but this is not known for certain one way or another. He has ruled the lands from the Howling Hills, south to the lake of Wyestel, for ages longer than any man can live. The lands between the Dulce and the Opisum rivers are steeped in wickedness and evil, so much so that the otherwise fearless wolf nomads and rovers of the barrens pass through the cold marshes rather than enter the merest edges of the land of Ios. For a time the land was leaderless, for Ios himself was missing. For many decades the evil of the place was in relative quietude for lack of evil direction, and the neighbors of good ilk prospered. Ayuz had been trapped by the mirthful and mad Zagig, locked away in a strange chamber deep below the ruins of Greyhawk Castle, one of 9 powerful demigods so confined. These prisoners were loosed in 570 CY, and once again Ayaz rules, and his forces gather for fell purpose. Ayuz is vowed to bring ruin upon Tensor the Archmage and Lord Rabelar and the others who tried to slay him when his prison was sprung. In addition to the many evil clerics, thieves, fighters, assassins, and magic users who have garried under the grim banner of Ayuz, numbers of the foulest tribes of humanoids have grown in strength and are ready to march. Goblins, orcs, and hobgoblins in the thousands are known to be in arms, swelling the human contingents of Ayuz's armies. This stuff is great. Like, the descriptiveness, the world building, the quality of it is absolutely great. Theocracy of the Pale, which is led by his worshipful mercy, the theocrat, supreme prelate of the Pale, capital Wintershiven, and then they go on, they describe these things, blah, 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 blah. I won't get into all that except the note at the very end. The Pale is not noted for religious tolerance. Like, it's just beautifully, beautifully written, and they have things like this all over the place. And then they actually show you what each of these things is. So, like, they give you a map, and, like, each of these renders something different, and then you can see these are the different crests on the back. So freaking cool. So I want to actually see if I can hang the map up as part of the background and see if I can make it be part of that, but it's sweet. So anyway, this is the kind of thing that I couldn't get access to before that now we're in the new place I can actually do. Because this is not in great shape. I'll tell you this has not gotten any worse since I got it back in like 1986 or something like that, 85, 86, maybe 87. It was definitely not any later than 87. This hasn't gotten any worse, but it was not in great condition when I got it. That said, though, I mean, it's an original, this thing is 38 years old almost, so yeah, so stuff like that is stuff that I want to be able to put in the background here. So, but anyway, so the plan for tonight, what I want to do tonight is I want to set up the second desk. I will show you all what the desk looks like, the half that I have already. Set up the second desk, and then I need to figure out how to basically put things up. I have, for example, a few things that are like, I have things like this. So I have this shelf, okay, which is supposed to be a monitor shelf, but the thing is I only have 2. I wish I had 3, because if I had 3, then I would be able to go 1 ding 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 and have the 3 monitors would be set. But I don't have that. So I'm thinking what I could do is put 2 shelves up for the 2 monitors and then put a third, basically essentially stack books or something like that, or something, which my main monitor would go on in front of me. Now, the one thing I got to be careful about is that the setup of this is doing exactly what I want it to do. It means that it's going to give me, again, lots of room behind me, because the camera will be like this. It's going to give me a really good background to be able to sort of like, when I get my good camera back up, when I, unpack it and everything, I'm going to get this stuff. Like, it's going to be great. It'll be a great background. It'll look good. But the problem is that in the meantime, to set it all up this way, I positioned it here. And you will note that is right on the other side of this desk. So I got basically this, right? And then there are the stairs. So if I don't make sure that the monitors are secured, at some point, this goes down there. And that's bad. That's super bad. So I have to be careful. But the thing is, it's just so perfect otherwise. Like, it's right next to where the cable and the internet stuff is over here. It's got this extra sill so I can put other stuff here. It means that the whole desk here on this side is clear, which means that all I've got then is the computers, which are going to go down below the desk. This is going to go like, again, I have to figure out monitor over there. And then the other side of the L is going to go over this way. Sorry, that's my dinner, what's left of it. This is going to be perfect, right? But to get all of that, I needed to figure out a way. And I guess, I could. There's all of you. Hello, YouTube. When you show up on YouTube, hello, YouTube. That's all our Twitch chat. So the thing is, like, I could set it up where I could make it, like, I could pull it further back, or I could, like, put something up higher to block the monitors. But the problem is that the more I do that, the more I lose some of the awesome openness of this space, right? So I think I'm just going to have to, I mean, the only thing that's really vulnerable is going to be the main monitor, because the side monitors are going to be one here probably, and they're going to be tilted. So the chances are very unlikely. I would have to be like, and like, I'm not going to do something dumb like that. But this is the first time that I've ever streamed, basically, at least permanently, in a place where I don't have like a wall behind the monitor. Like normally if you desk up against the wall, this time I got the desk up against this wall to the right, but I've got this back here. So could use plexiglass. Maybe. Yeah, I don't, the thing about, and there's another reason. The other reason for that, of wanting to avoid that, Arinth, audio. If I put a big thing up here, we're going to get bounce back like nobody's business on the audio. See, this way, once I get everything set up with the books, once I get these things here, what's up, Rock God? How you doing, man? What's up, bro? Once that happens, I'm not going to have to worry anymore about, the audio is going to be dampened fine. Like I can even, if I need to, I could even get a couple of other sound panels, like Elgato sound panels, up on those backsides. But I'm not concerned about that. I have so many books here and so many like D&D things and so much stuff. It's like, yeah. And see, right. So what I would have to do is I would have to cover it in fabric. But at that point, I feel like I lose it makes the place feel small again to me. I can't tell you how nice it is to have a place that literally I can get up, okay? And I'm going to keep talking to you all. I'm going to walk over here. I'm still walking. I'm going to walk around here. On the other side of the chimney, I'm coming around here. Bookcase is over here. Now I'm going to come back here. Walk all the way back here. Come all the way here. Come back to all of you. That was just me walking around just now. It's like 3 times the size of my old office. Like I almost don't know what to do. There was a point when we first were looking at this house that I saw this thing and I'm like, oh, and I was like, because there were different, I was like, we could use like the guest room or we could use this or that. I'm like, why would I want to go to a room that's as small or smaller than what I already had? And my wife was like, Mrs. R was like, you obviously have to take this. It's a carpeted attic. It's a finished attic. They had stuff up there already that was like computer-like. If I go to that window during the daytime, I can look out and see the ocean. We've got the wind coming from here. Like the line comes in here. And it's carpeted, so it's ridiculous. Like this is awesome. Okay, like this space is freaking awesome. And it's so cool that it's like really challenging me to figure out how to design it in such a way that it takes full advantage of the space. Because this is it, folks, until like when I retire, like when I retire, like Mrs. Arv and I could see us like moving further north, further north into further northern New England, as one of our last stops basically along the road, so they say. But I'm here for I'm going to be here for a while. We were at the last place for 10 years. We're going to be here at least until the kids are out of the house. So we're talking 20 years. I don't know, 18, 20 years. We're going to be here a while. So, no. Rock God, this is literally, my setup right now is my laptop with my webcam and my knee against the desk. This is not Arvbox even, let alone my main computer. This is nothing at all. This is like the most non-setup ever. This is my old, nothing is, this is all like very much, DIY, raw, this is not the thing. Trust me, this will be very different. So, yeah, I know, I hear you, Aren't. I know. Well, listen, one can dream. So, hey, 6 months! Thank you, Foxy by Proxy. Thank you. Welcome to the 6-month club. Welcome to the 6-month club and enjoy the coveted new color quill. What's up, Seven Sumerian? Yeah, new house. What's up, Dan Van Dam? I'm MacGyvering it up. Yeah, so anyway, right, this is definitely not the setup, that I'm going to be using, so fear not. But anyway, yeah, so I definitely have to think about how to put all this stuff together. And I think it'll work okay because if you look at the other side of the steps there, those shelves that you can see, those things fit nicely underneath the beam. And I basically have 2 more sets of those shelves. I also have regular bookshelves, but they're going to be books there. So those are going to go here behind me. And my plan, if all goes well, my plan is to be able to set them up so I've got bookshelves back there and then also be able to put like the Greyhawk map that I was showing you and stuff like that down there. As I say, this over here is going to be where my logo is. So I think it's going to look cool. Like when everything is said, I think it's going to be cool. And yeah, I think that's how we're going to do things. So I'm excited for it, but it is definitely, it's one of those things where never having had this much space in my life, I'm kind of like, what do I do now? So yeah. Anyway, thank you. It's incredibly packed. But actually, I have to say, it is incredibly packed. But honestly, this is not only all the shelves, this is a bunch of like different little things. And once I have these out, a lot of the little boxes that I used to keep, there is behind these boxes, those little doors you can see back there, right? How about damn it. Okay, there we go. You'll just go over my head. All right, you can see those things back there, right? Those are next behind the fan. Those are cubbies, right? And those are basically under eave storage. And that is where all of my like cardboard boxes and like all of that stuff. I'm not talking about moving boxes. I'm going to break those down and recycle them. But I mean like, boxes for like tech boxes, things that I don't want to give away because sometimes you use those for returns or for sales. Things like that take up space. That is stuff that's going to go under there. A lot of that stuff is going to go under there. So there's a lot of room around the outside here that'll be used. And then obviously I've got lots and lots of shelving. If I could take you with me, actually, I guess I can take you with me. I can take you with you right now. You want bookshelves, my friend? Let me show you some bookshelves. All right, chat. You're gonna come with me on this janky freaking tour. All right. So here we go. Bookshelves, you say. Bookshelf the first. You'll have to ignore this screen door, which is going to get moved, but those are set-in bookshelves. Oh, look. Bookshelves. Also a CD tower. But wait, you say there's more. Oh, another CD tower. More bookshelves. Lots and lots of shelves, shelves. Oh, wait. What do we have here? Bookshelves. I think there are bookshelves. It's too bad that we don't have a little bit. Oh my God, it's another bookshelf. We have got bookshelf. So we've got, oh wait, what do I see? Bookshelves. I look, there's more bookshelves. And then we have got nothing but shelves. Yeah, they don't touch the ceiling. No, we've got nothing but shelves. All right. Absolutely nothing but shelves. We are shelf good to go. I do not need to make more IKEA trips, let me tell you. Not for that anyway. Exactly. And that's not counting the living room, which has its own built-in bookshelves. Because of course, right? And that thing looks awesome too. And so some of these books, in fact, a number of them probably, will end up going back downstairs. So it's not all going to stay up here. So the point is it's all good. Like, and we also have, and then I also have we have a basement like extension. I showed you all the basement, but we have the extension, and the extension basically is where, move that down a little bit. The extension is where we have all these bookshelves, not bookshelves. We also have bookshelves there, not many down there actually, but we have that all there. And then the shed, we have a shed that is literally the size of my garage at the old place. Like all of this stuff you see, like 75% of it was in the garage. And we obviously didn't use our garage to store a car after like 3 years of living there. And that's because it's all of my dad's stuff that we didn't, we threw away and gave away a ton, but still, all of my dad's accumulated stuff, all of my mother's accumulated stuff, all of my mother-in-law's accumulated stuff. So it's literally 3 of my wife's and my parents plus our stuff all in one house with no external storage. So we felt frankly a little pleased with ourselves that we managed to get stuff moved here in a day and a half into the place, and now we get to throw out and recycle a bunch of other things and put stuff in the shed that belongs there, like put outside stuff there, and to be able to put stuff that belongs in the basement, in the finished extended area that they have there, and then to be able to put so it's gonna all fit, and it will fit nicely, and it's gonna be nice. But in the meantime, getting my head around how to organize all of it is the thing that's like, so it's a good thing that I'm on sabbatical this semester. Like, honestly, I did not, when I first set this up, I was not planning to spend a lot of my sabbatical, at home homeschooling my kids and, and then, moving to a new house and doing all this stuff. Like, the plan was to be doing research and writing, and I am still doing research and writing on stuff anyway, but definitely not the way that I originally intended. And that's just how it happened. But it's a good thing, because I don't know how we would have done this if I were teaching this semester. That would have been really hard, especially if I were teaching in person. Like, teaching remotely, but teaching in person, I don't know how I would have done that and still managed to do all this. So, but yeah, so we, we're keeping on, and we're all here. The movers did a good job, yeah, it was great. There was this run. I'll tell you this one story, and then we're going to start building. This, we were moving things around, and they were trying to move the refrigerator into this one little area because our neighbors had given us a second fridge. And before you're like, why do you need a second fridge? The answer is like a freezer. We need it because it's a freezer and it allows us to buy food more in bulk, which allows us to save money. And so they had given us their old fridge. So the movers brought it up. And the movers are we wanted to fit it in this area, which is kind of like the pantry right before the basement. The kids I'll get back to that, Mrs. Dunsel, actually. So they're moving everything around. And there's like 8 guys that are working on this. Okay, there's like 8 movers. And they're trying to do all this stuff. And this one guy, this young guy, is like, all right, well, we can move it in there. And everyone is like, no. There's no way the fridge is going through that door. There's no chance. He's like, you're just wasting your time. He's like, no, I got it. It's fine. I got it. And they're like, no, come on. And they're like, listen. And then they start giving a hard time. They're like, listen, young buck, you think you know, but you don't know. And like all this stuff, like they're just going on and on. They're giving all kinds of business, right? So he's just like, but he's not backing off. He's like, I'm telling you, we can get this through the thing. You're going to hurt it. He's like, can we try it? Like fine. So they start moving it through. He gets it like an inch in. And then it's like, it seems like it sticks for a minute. And they're like, see, I told you. And one of the guys who's holding the other end of the fridge is like, I'm going to bet you my paycheck you are not going to get this through there. I'm going to put my check against your check. And the young guy's like, well, I don't have your hours. He's like, I know you don't have my hours, but you're like already backing off. You're already backing off. You don't trust. So they're going back and forth like this, right? And my wife and I are just dying watching this. And the guy does not give in. He's like, I'm telling you, they want it in there. We can do it without damaging anything. So you could see light, like gaps between the door and the fridge. So he carefully like moves it around. And when he gets the fridge through, suddenly the fridge is like smooth as silk, moves in. As he's putting it there, he's like, what? Where's my check? Where's my check at? It was the best. And all of the guys, like a bunch of the guys, everyone who had told him there was no way. It's like one dude against like 7 guys who are like, there's no way you're going to get this in there. This one guy, afterwards, they're all like telling him, they're just like, well, like 3 of them, I swear to God, 3 of them are like, oh, I didn't take a side. I knew that, there was a chance this could happen. It was hilarious. There was not a single person. So afterwards, we gave everybody a tip, obviously, because that's what you do. And they did a great job, whatever. But we found him and we secretly gave him a little extra because we're like, you know what? Not only did you get the fridge where we wanted it to be, but you stood up against 8 other guys, most of whom are older than you. And you were right. And like I was it was the coolest thing, and it was all lighthearted. No one was really angry. It was great. It was great. And like the one guy who was going to bet him his paycheck, I was like, "You're going to pay up now." Right? I was like, "Oh," he was like being fake angry. He's like, "Oh, whatever. Let him move like 200 pianos and then come talk to me." And he goes away, and the young guy's like, "Oh, I'll get the 200 pianos. I'll figure out where to put those too." And it was the best. I loved it. It was so funny. So even though I'm still pretty sore today from the move, I'm still pretty sore from everything that went down. I have to say, like in general, this was a way, way less like stressful move than I've ever experienced. Honestly, maybe ever. Maybe when I was a kid, we moved once and it wasn't too bad. I don't remember. But like as an adult, I hate moving. And this was as low stress as you're going to get, especially when you're moving three adults plus all the accumulated stuff and a piano and two kids, and you're moving them, not like right around the corner. Like our last move was from one place in Riverdale where we lived to another place in Riverdale where we lived, and now we moved, obviously we changed states, in this one. So it was honestly pretty good, and in the end it was okay. So yeah, but that was so funny. Oh man, I was dying. He says, "What? What?" As he's holding the fridge. I was just like, oh man. And some of the stuff I couldn't get over how heavy it was. Like it was like some of the stuff they were moving. This is why we paid. We paid because we were like, you know what? I would rather sell my stuff to make enough money to move the rest of my stuff. Like I can't. It just breaks my back, right? Like I can't. And these guys have the belts and they have the whole bit, and there were a bunch of them. So, and they were very professional in terms of like they had like phrases, a little bit of weight, a lot of weight, you got weight coming, like they had like phrases and all. They're obviously trained very well to do this. But I just was like, man, and they did it for the most part. For the most part, they did it pretty well with masks. They were not perfect about the masks every time. Sometimes, occasionally there was a reminder that had to be made, but they were pretty good about it. The only thing that was not very easy to do was social distancing for obvious reasons. Like, there's just no way. Like, if you're moving past people, no one was congregating in one place, but there were people passing each other constantly within fairly close quarters because you're moving. Like, there's no way to avoid that. But everybody was double masked. I was double masked the whole day. I had a KN94, which is the Korean standard, plus a cloth mask over that for the entire day. All the kids, my wife was masked. So, like moving in COVID is not great either. But we did the absolute best that we could, and knock on wood, we'll see. I mean, I'm a week clear from my first vaccination dose. My wife and mother-in-law are 2 weeks clear from theirs. So the hope is that, and then obviously as soon as we get a chance, as soon as as soon as the day comes, which for me is I got it done a week from yesterday. So basically 2 weeks from there, we're going to get the next dose. I'm going to get the next dose. My wife and mother-in-law will get it next week. And then we'll be couple weeks after that we'll be fully vaccinated. So we're hoping for the best, but it was as safe I think as we could possibly make it. Which reminds me, I wanted to note this very quickly, just because I know this has been on Twitter all the time. I want to send my thoughts out to Commander Dunsel, who I know is dealing with recovery, and I've been following some of the stuff going on Twitter in terms of what they've been doing in terms of taking care or not or not really the way they should be. And I'm really sorry that both Commander Dunsel and you, Mrs. Dunsel, are dealing with that. I have been thinking a lot about him because I've seen that. I'm just like, oh my God. And I'm glad that you're safe. I'm sorry that he's struggling with that. And I just wanted you to know that my thoughts are with him personally, and I would say probably I speak for the whole community, that all of the Arvanauts' thoughts are with Dunsel, and and wish him a speedy recovery, as speedy as conceivable. And I'm glad that he's hanging in there. And if he's able to come in, I hope that he'll see this and it'll give him a little bit of a smile on his face, because it's such a, it sucks. And it's just, so yeah. Anyway, I wanted to say that, because I know I've been seeing that and I've been thinking a lot about what he's been dealing with. And yeah, so anyway, regardless of that, the time has come for us to build, folks. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to move this chair out of the way, and then I got to build the second desk. Now, the good news is we built this first half of the desk in about an hour and 45 minutes, but that was with literally knowing nothing about what we were doing. Like we didn't, I mean, we obviously were following instructions, but we didn't have any idea beyond that what we were doing. Now I know what I'm doing. The negative is that little Arv was helping, and she was actually a big help. She's not here because she's now in bed. So I need to do this on my own. Thank you, Ms. Dunson. Yeah, please pass on our best to him, please. So now I know what I'm doing, but I don't have little Arv's help. And also, the instructions in this are not particularly lovely. They're not the best instructions I've ever run into. They're not the worst, but they're not great. And this desk right here is intended to be, this desk here, again, sorry for my dinner, is intended to be reversible. So it's intended to be, it's an L-shaped desk, and I got 2 of them because they were on sale and they're cheaper than a larger desk. So I'm going to literally take a second one and put it right here. It's going to extend out and then come this way. But I need to reverse it. And their description of reversing happens literally on the last page, after you would already have assembled it. So I'm going to have to think about in my head, how to put that together. And I'm, I will be doing that. So in any case, I'm going to be responding to chat when I can. And that's what we're going to do. So, yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I did take a drink in the middle of my peroration, Triffid, but thank you. That's the other thing. We don't have our filter set up yet. So I'm drinking Poland Spring, which is not optimal. Although I did get me some Virgil's root beer for celebration once this is all done. So I got that stuff chilling. It is ready to go when everything in the office is set up. So, yeah, I have a Lenovo ThinkPad. These are great. This actually comes from my university. I've had university issued laptops for at least 10 years. And they have a deal with Lenovo. It has really helped a lot. Like they have a really nice keyboard, and so it's been great. Yeah, instructions, put it together too. Congratulations. Yeah, like these people, like they like to brand like nobody's business. Like it's called Cubicer is the brand. So like we got this. This is like a magnet clip. I don't know what the point. And then like they have on the edge of their little drawer here, you should be able to see Cubicer. Like they really. Oh well, yeah, of course, Stalio. But what I mean is like the filter. Well, the water here is okay. It's just the water in New York has often been considered some of the best water. We don't particularly love the taste of it, and we drink like exclusively water essentially. Like I drink a ginger ale maybe once a month, and I have a root beer, which is really my favorite soft drink, like maybe once every 3 months. Like so pretty much all I drink is water. All any of us drink is water. And so that's why the taste is like eh. And so that's why the filter. And we got one that was a pretty decent filter. So yeah, we recognize that it's a privilege to be able to have access to water, period. So believe me, I'm aware of that. Hashtag Team Root Beer. Oh, yeah. That is correct. Well, this is the thing, Echo. Like, they had their... Echo, not Echo. I'm sorry, Lego. This is the thing that they had. All right, I'm going to bring you folks over here, and then we're going to go set up my desk. So, I'm going to show you all this. All right. So, right here on this side is where they had the desk set up. So here's the thing. The desk was set up here. That's where you can see the ocean. Okay, great. But then you got the desk here. The edge of the desk was like right here. Here's the bookshelf. Like there was nowhere, and you can even hear, even without any books in it, how much closer my voice sounds. Like there is no room here. Like no room at all to move. I don't know what the hell they were doing up here. I guess they just came up here, sat down, like typed out a couple of bills and then left because like they're nice shelves. There's no room. So we came in and I'm like, no, we are going to get rid of the desk. This desk is not a good desk. You are going to get rid of this desk. I didn't say this to them. I said the movers, please take this desk out. And this is where we're going to put the shelves all along there, more room for more books. And my plan is this chair right here, chat. This is an old, comfy chair from the old place. Comfy chair. That chair is going right here. In this corner, those books will be moved. This, right above you, you can see there's plenty of light that comes in. This is going to be a book nook for the kids. So when the kids come up, both Little Arv and Mini Arv, they'll be able to go. The chair's going to be right there. They will be able to read, and there will be books everywhere. It'll be like it was with my dad's library. They will have books up here, 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 here. And I'm talking not just kids' books. A lot of these are my books that are adult. I don't mean that in the traditional sense of the term. You know what I mean? They're books for older people, and they're books that they'll be able to read too. So they're going to have a book nook right here. So it's like a mini library. Yes. It's going to be a mini library, and there's tons of light here during the day, so it'll be perfect for them to do that. And hell, there'll be times when I want to just flop down in a comfy chair over there and have it. So it's going to be a book nook, which is really exciting. So it's really cool, but like, I love it. It's a nice cozy space. It is not a streaming space. This over here though, that right there is a streaming space. And when I get everything set up this way, like, yeah. That's the sort of long view look, and that's just half the desk finished. So, yeah, I am excited. It's not a library without library cards. True. These are true statements. Okay. So, I now have to set up. The other thing I'm really happy about so far, chat, have you had any buffering or dropped frames? I see that I have had so far 200 dropped frames, which is 0.1% of the overall stream so far. Because, and the reason I ask is, I'm on wireless, although I'm like I'm on wireless and I'm like right next to the modem, but I'm on wireless, I'm on my laptop. I'm gonna be hardwired in. Obviously, when I'm streaming most of the time from here, all the time when I'm streaming from this place, I'm going to be hardwired using my main computers. And like, this isn't even ARV box because I don't have my Thunderbolt. I don't have any of that stuff set up. This is just laptop. So what I'm really excited about is that the internet is good enough to do this. Obviously, it's not as good as 900 down, 900 up that I had with Verizon Fios, but it's still good. Like 450 down and 51 up is more than enough to stream consistently. So I do feel good about that. That was the other reason I wanted to do this, was to sort of test how this works, to stream in anger, as they say, or, to stream where it counts, that kind of thing. So yeah. All right. With that said, I'm going to move this stuff out of the way. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm sure when I was moving around, like I said, so we're going to keep that up and hopefully it will stay consistent. Okay. I'm going to move stuff here. And then we're going to build the desk. Chat. All right, it's time to build me a desk. All right, we're gonna go over here. Oh boy, wires, cables. Right. Okay. Which desk? Are you talking about this desk? Lego, this is my brand new desk I just bought. What are you talking about? It's not flimsy. Talking about, man. I hope you mean my old desk and not this desk. This desk is brand new. I just bought this desk. So I hope that's not what we mean, because I don't know what to tell you. This is the desk. I am not anywhere close to where I'm supposed to be. This is not helping. You couldn't tell? Yeah, boy. Well, I don't know what to tell you. This is not flimsy. It's a nice desk. I mean, it's not a $1,000 desk, but it is a nice desk. All right, turning you around. Put it up there. Okay, here we go. Lovely. Okay, now, biggest problem, chat, that you run into with something like this, the biggest issue, much worse than anything having to do with much worse than any situation having to do with the the actual putting together of the desk. Much bigger concern, I'll tell you right now. Going to show you. All right, so it's all got to get here relatively undamaged, or at least that's the theory, right? Great. So the way they do that, it is the dreaded cheap-ass foam. This is the foam that, if you're not careful, breaks apart into like 6 million pieces. When I open the first box of this, like, because there's 2 of them. So when I open the first box, which is now sitting over there, that's what's left. Like, foam pieces went everywhere. Like, we spent a good 10 minutes cleaning up, and we still have this little junky, stuff of this stuff. Oh, it's fine. Listen to that wind. It's fine, rock god. Slash my wrist open. I have a razor knife somewhere. It's packed. See, look at that. You see that? You can already see that. Look at that. Look at that. It's already starting to... Ugh. All I need to do is open one side. All right. Here we go. The extremely exciting second one of these little, what do you call it, these pockets. And in case you're curious, who's actually supporting it? C. Cubicer. In case you forgot, because they remind you 650 times. All right, Cubicer. What else? Foam. Hey. Sorry, it's the joke is too good to pass up on, really. Good times, good times. All right. That over there. There. Big metal fan. No, it's gone. The house is completely gone. We were totally vacated as of Thursday night, Lego. So the owners should be in full possession of our old house by now. So, which is good because I'm looking forward to getting some of the escrow money back. Now, because what they do is they run through. We had an occupancy agreement where we stayed until we'd set it up just in case something fell through on the buying of this house. We had it set up so that we could stay at the old house for a couple of months while we were looking for something new. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Everything went fine. So we got the new place here with no problem. Hi, Shoutout. I can't read what you just said. I am visible on stream. Yes, you are. I can't read what you said, though, Shoutout. I cannot read it. Anyway, but so we had an occupancy agreement just in case. But we had like 2 months that was like written into the contract, and we left after a week because we closed basically on Friday last. And then we moved Wednesday and Thursday. We were in this place by Thursday. So we were literally out of the place yesterday completely. We had a guy who came back and like moved things like the dishwasher and stuff, like switch things around. So we basically were done by there was nothing left at the old house by like, I don't know, 8 or 9 o'clock on Thursday. Oh. Okay, I get the reference. That's fun. That is funny. Yeah, I got you. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I get it now. Yeah, honestly, Mrs. Dunso, given all what could have gone wrong, it was a very smooth move. Like, honestly, it could have gone very badly wrong. So I feel very fortunate. And I've said a million times that, like, I am fully aware what a privilege it is to own a house, period. And I felt bad about rendering it, or about talking about it a lot, until I came to the conclusion that, as I said, this all came as a consequence basically of stuff that happened because of the loss of my parents. And I would rather have my parents with me, hanging with my kids, being able to see their grandchildren, and being able to benefit from my parents' wisdom. And, things were not perfect with my parents, for sure. But I really wish I could have been, I could have shared things with them, that they could have comforted me through some stuff. Like, and I don't have any of that, and I haven't had any of that for years. My mother died in 2009. Mother's been gone for 12 years. My dad has been gone for 23 almost, 22 and a half basically. So it wasn't worth the cost. But if anything at all came out of it that was good, it was the fact that there's actually a legacy that they left, and whatever goodness they passed on to me, I'm trying to do for my kids too. But also that they left, that there's a legacy in this house that comes from that. And that's why I feel good. I talked about, for those of you who missed it, I made the announcement that the unofficial name of official name of where I'm going to be broadcasting from here is Windcoast Studios. And I just feel like it feels right to me, like it feels right to me. It feels like a place that they would have loved to be in. And so, yeah. Anyway, we do not. There is a kind of it's basically forced air. So it's kind of central heat, basically, Coven. And also, I hope you're doing okay. But we're going to probably end up putting some kind of like ductless AC or something like that. Because like the AC that they wanted me to use, I don't know if you can see it behind me. Yeah, well, I appreciate that, Triffid. Yeah, and that's exactly what I am. I'm aware of it, but I'm trying not to be ashamed of it. That AC is enormous. Like, it is huge. It's got to be 100 plus pounds in terms of its weight. So first of all, I don't even know how my wife and I, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to lift that myself. I don't know how my wife and I, like two movers had to help move that over to the corner there. I don't know how my wife and I would get that up into the window. And I sure as hell don't want that unit sitting right next to this when I'm trying to stream in June or July. And it's like, bleh, like, no thank you. I don't know yet how hot it gets up here. I was told that it does not get, although it's an attic, so of course it gets hotter, but it's not as bad as people might think, because the area where I am near the coast is generally cooler and doesn't get super hot. Certainly nothing like what it was living in the Bronx, for example, for many years. So there's that. So regardless, though, their best guess, their best suggestion was getting one of those standing AC units. That, because this is a much bigger space than my old office, but it's not like a massive chamber, right? So having that would allow us to cool this area down, and then having downstairs, having a few of those rooms with those kinds of ACs would save us money in the long run. So that's the overall plan. More of these middle brackets. All right. I hope I do not fail this exercise. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Tip the waitress. Don't try the veal, because veal is cruel. Oh my god, dude. It's like, I showed the other day when I was doing my little tour, I showed this big office fan downstairs. That thing is ridiculous too. Like, just huge. Nice, Coven. Yeah, yeah. And we had central AC at the old house, but it's just not viable here. I mean, it would be hugely expensive. And just to do that, I don't know. It's just, we came out of this financially okay. And other than, we obviously, this mortgage is a good sized mortgage, but we came out of it okay in terms of we cleared all other debt. And so we're in pretty good financial shape, but we do not want to get into a situation, especially with neither kid having hit college yet. We do not want to be in a situation where we're like, okay, everything's great, and then we're blown out of savings and everything else. Like, we got to take it easy. So that's one of the reasons why having something that's cheaper and is going to be more energy efficient but still will keep everybody comfortable. That's going to be the key. All right. More foam. Hey, it's foam. Who loves foam? What's up, live suing? Aha, the new instruction book. Alrighty. More things to use. More stuff to go through. Lots and lots and lots of... This thing is literally like 3 pieces of wood and a hell of a lot of metal framework. Oh, that sounds... yeah, good to see you live. That sounds... Coven, I know you've had a lot of work that you've done on this stuff with your own place, but I'll tell you what, man. That sounds like a lot of cash, to be honest with you. Because you got to remember that this is a decent-sized house that is also a historic house, which means that we can do whatever we want inside, actually, probably. But we can't really make changes to the external thing without going through the Historic Commission. Which, I mean, we don't really want to make any changes to the outside. I mean, other than, like, minor ones like flying the Black Lives Matter flag, which has nothing to do with the Historic Commission. So, like, some of that stuff, we have to be careful about not overloading what it is that we're capable of doing. And I'll tell you right now, the DIY guy, Two Thumbs, not this dude, okay? Fury Fire, what's going on, man? I have not seen you in a while. How you doing, Fury? Oh, see, these are the wages of this foam. And this foam is the devil, I'm telling you. All right, first piece of wood. I actually am really happy. They didn't really have a lot of choices on Amazon for this, but the color I think actually is really nice, matching the beam. Like the... I think it's pretty nice. Matching the beam. I mean, you know, again, it's obviously treated, whatever. It's, but I am fairly happy with the wood. More foam. 5,000. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to look into some of that stuff. Like, the other thing we have to do is that we have 2 gas fireplaces, and we're pretty sure that they are the ventless variety, which, hard pass. We are not going to be doing that. So we want, you know, I was saying that I wanted a wood fireplace. I think Mrs. Arv would be okay with doing gas if it's vented to the outside, but none of this ventless into the air. If you read all the stuff about people who talk about vented into the air and they're like, everything is really well regulated and there's sensors, I'm like, it's burning the oxygen in the room, my dude. Like, they literally have sensors on there that shut off the thing when there's not enough oxygen in the room. That is not a system that I want to put in with my children. Like, just no. So we are not going to do that. So we are going to be having those. We want to see if the chimneys, which are supposedly functional, are just fine to be vented. In which case, we would probably just have the person, we'd pay the money to have it converted from ventless to vented. Just, you know, run the line up, which is possible to do. Or, failing that, convert it to a wood fireplace. So we have to do that. So there's little things like that have to be done. And we budgeted and saved to make sure we could afford that coming in. So... All right. More foam. Deadly, deadly foam. Dangerous foam. All right. Whoops. Okay. You know what? I mean, like, everywhere, everything I read about it was like, oh, you know, there's controversy. Advocates say that it can be made perfectly safe. And then they showed all the ways that the advocates' arguments for how it can be made safe basically fall apart when you look at what in practice happens in these homes. Like, no. I honestly did not even know that a gas fireplace venting into a house was a thing. I was like, what is the... That's a very good question, Coven. Those foam beads, these things I was saying before, they suck a lot. They suck a whole lot. Like, they were miserable. Okay, yeah, see, I've still got stuff in here. My wife hates glitter, and I don't know, I'm kind of semi-neutral on glitter, although I understand it can get everywhere. These things, you can see the little foam beads, they like stick to your face. They suck. They suck. Malovich, what's up, Malovich? I am not a fan of foam. I'm telling you right now. I mean, I like foam, like packing material, the good foam is fine. But the crappy, like, foam gets destroyed, not fine. Alright, I think we're good. So, that means I get to reload this with all of the junk, including the foam. I'm actually doing a building my desk stream. In lieu of the sorcery stream I hoped to do tonight, but was unable to because I couldn't get everything set up in time. Instead of that, I am doing this instead and hanging out with all of you. And also testing out the acoustics in the studio, although the acoustics will be much different when all the books are up in the games. But also testing the acoustics to make sure that I'm not drifting down to my kids and the family. So that's the deal with that. Yeah, low density foam. That's, yeah. And I mean, I was wondering if that means that low density foam breaks down more in the environment or something. But I'll tell you right now, it breaks down a lot more in my environment. That's all I know. That thing goes like, it just, oh. Another reason I'm excited about this space is that when I get all this set up, I have two folding like card table things that I'm going to be able to put like board games or maps or D&D things on for when I'm doing different kinds of videos, or when I'm like streaming different stuff that isn't just related to online tabletop play or my video game stuff that I'm doing directly from the PCs. So that's also pretty cool. Alrighty. So now we can move this bad boy out of the way. Alright, and now the magic begins. So we put it's down here. This is where the magic allegedly happens. We're going to see if that's true. Okay. I built one of these already tonight, so the biodegradable peanuts. Okay. Okay, you always need lots of parts. C-clip, this has no useful purpose that I can tell, but it definitely tells you that it's a C. So in case they were curious, you've got that. Alrighty. Wonderbar. Alright. So about there, so I don't slice my wrist open as Rockad was concerned about. Alright, so now what I need to do is I need to make sure that I set this the right way so that this desk comes long end first. Means I need to get my head around how that all works. So I will be putting it, yeah. Right, so that's not going to have any effect until, well, actually it might. So let's see. I need to make sure. No, it's very high. I would not even be able to reach it if I jumped. It's a good 10 feet at its top end. Even if I go like this way, let me see, I don't know how much you can see. But if I go this way, I don't want to step on my wood, but haha. Like here, I'm 6'3", right? So right about here, the beam is where I basically would hit my head. So there are going to be shelves here, which means that the shelves here, I wouldn't go this far. Here onwards is like complete space all over the place. So plenty of room. Plenty of room. Okay. Now, what I need to figure out is, as I mentioned, the way they describe this is they basically say, yeah, I don't even fully understand what they're... Basically, I think this is reversible, is the point. But I need to make sure that I do it the right way so that it's actually reversed in the way that it's supposed to be, which is a little worrisome to me because I am concerned. So I basically am going to have to do this in mirror image, which is going to be hard. So I will show you all what we're looking at. No instructions. So this is the incredibly exciting. Here's the incredibly exciting directions, okay? Cubicer, right? Very exciting. But you see the way the picture looks, and that's the way my current desk that I built already. That's how, well, I can't see because of the chair, but let's move this over this way and down here. Okay. So here's how the desk looks, right? Great. Again, my dinner. Yeah, just think of it as a puzzle game. So I've got to make, it's supposedly reversible. So the second desk, which is identical to the first desk, it's the same desk. I got two of the same because they were on sale and it was cheaper than getting just a big desk. So I'm going to put the second desk, long way there, is going this way. Then that little corner piece is over there, and then the L part, the smaller part, runs this way. So what I need to do is to make sure that I get the frame correct. So what the frame shows me, at least to begin with, is it says you're supposed to do this. So it says that you're supposed to build it this way. But I need to literally reverse that in my head because that's the long piece. And that little F bracket here, this thing, has got to be on the side that's connecting to the corner piece. Yes, that is a Biden lawn sign. A person I am very proud to have voted for, even more now, based on the last week or so. Very happy with him. Reversing the polarity. So hold it up to a mirror. Well, I think I get it. I mean, I think I know what it's doing. But I think what that means is I need these pieces, but I just need to put them in reverse order. He said, hopefully. We're going to see if that's true. So, I need a piece E. Okay. So here we have piece E. Oh, it's a good idea. We're going to be up for a bit. Okay. Right. So, okay, we've got this piece. But this, instead of being on the right, help me out here, chat, right? instead of being on the right as it is in the picture, this has got to go on the left. Right? You know what I'm saying? This has got to go on the left instead of the right. Everyone follow what I'm saying? Because this has got to attach the other way. So I've got to set this, I think, as if this has got to be on the left side. I'm pretty sure. So here's hoping that that's actually the case. All right. Hey, listen, if the Thundercats... Amazon. I bought it on Amazon. Okay. The other thing is, now it's good that I built the first desk already and that it went fine, because now at least I know what it is that I'm doing. So this has to go left, which means that, which is on that side. Yeah. So that's going to be built this way. Yeah, so that has to go left. All right. Which means then that this has to be, the letter K has to go this way. Spatial relations don't hurt me now. Did anyone ever take in like the high school or the equivalent? Yeah, I know exactly. I'm asking chat for inspiration right now. Did anyone ever take in high school those aptitude tests where they tested your spatial relations? You know what I'm talking about? To see like whether, oh, you could be an architect, or you should not ever do anything in that world ever because you will not have any idea how to make things happen. I'm trying to. I think I did okay in those. I want to say, but the more it feels like an Escher painting, the more dangerous I think everything gets. All right. So I got to push this back though, so I have more room to work with. All right. And we are going to take these are a bunch of 2s. You got your 2 screws? Yes, thank you. And I am very, you're quite right, Miranda. I am very excited to have it. Very excited to have it. All right, 2s. And I need some 6s. The 6s are basically just the casters underneath these. So, and then I need K, which I have right here. All right, so this part of the mirror doesn't matter because they're going to be coming this way. So E is going, instead of the right, it's going to the left. Here we go. Yo, really live? Yeah, I don't know. Like, but they gave us I remember it was like, I want to say it was maybe 9th or 10th grade. And I even remember going in and talking to our guidance counselor, who admittedly was kind of a bit of a clown, named Mr. Beck, who later on I think was dismissed for drunkenness on the job. So I don't know how successful of a guidance counselor he was. But anyway. But he was. I remember him bringing me in and being like very serious about like, well, you know, here's what this means, and he wasn't talking about just spatial relations. It tested a bunch of different stuff. He's like, well, this shows that you have intelligence and that you have a lot of this and this, and I'm like, are you having this conversation with everybody? Because, oh, really, live? Yeah. You went to a tech school? Yeah, I don't know. Like I mean, I guess it was kind of interesting. I don't even remember like how hard the test was, to be honest. It's just sort of funny because as a kid, I had a tendency to just be like, well, adults are telling me to do it, so I guess they're probably right. And like that was, boy, was that not always true. Alrighty. And of course, as you all know, chat, never tighten everything all the way the first time. Not initially. Okay, so this is on the left side, and that means on the other side we got the F bracket, right? Oh, and we also, of course, have P. That's right, chat, P. P. Yeah, damn right about that, live. Quite correct, sir. All right, so P we want to go to, this doesn't make a difference, so outside. This is another set of 2s. Oh man. You know what, dude? It is impossible sometimes to be able to determine. There you go. It is impossible sometimes to be able to determine like under what circumstances things work in a particular way and why. Like the way life works. I mean, what I would say is, and I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean, you have a genius for photography, and like that is something which I hope over time, as the pandemic clears, you're able to do even more with, because I know it's a passion of yours along with music, obviously. But I will say also that you also got a pretty awesome family, you know, and that's something which I think is pretty cool, and you've added a lot to this community. So for what it's worth, I mean, I know what you're saying, but like, I don't know. Life certainly not always, but I like to think that sometimes life will find its own level, you know. And so that would be my hope. Hey, what's up, Craigery? There's a P on my desk bar. That's right. That is correct. Okay, so I got that going on. So far, so good. Craigery, man, I'm having to not only put a desk together, but this is reversible, I think. But the instructions do not demonstrate that reversibility particularly. So I am having to think about this in reverse, because I already built this desk already once tonight, as you can see here, the way that they show you in the instructions. And now I have to build the second one, which is going to go there, up there, and then back this way. And like, so I was just talking about like my spatial relations brain and how this is stretching the point. Like, anyway. Okay, so I got that. That means I got an F bracket going on the other side. I hope none of you fail. I hope I don't fail either. We've all been there, yeah. Yeah, well. Okay. The other thing is, like, putting together this desk in my old office, I actually, when I swept up the other day, just before leaving the old place, I stopped for a minute. My old office was so freaking small, I could not believe that I streamed there for 9 years. Like, I had forgotten how small it was. And I mean, you all know I've streamed in a closet, a literal closet before. But I just could not believe it. I'm like, how did I cram this much stuff in here? And like, I had all my books and everything. Like, it was, I was just, compared to where I am now, where I have room finally, it was an eye opener. I'm like, I did not remember that it was that small. I didn't recall that in the least. I just didn't know. Oh, I mean, that's certainly true, Miranda, but we're not talking about, that's true, but this is like the baby's room off, like, stream area, you know what I mean? I mean, I actually looked at some of the stream setup things on YouTube, and like, some of the stream setup things on YouTube, I'm just like, who needs this space? Like, there are some stuff that is, and I mean, admittedly, like I don't know if anyone ever watches Harris Heller, which is Alpha Gaming on YouTube, but that dude was showing like basically his basement of his house, and he clears, according to him, over $125,000 per month. He has like 500,000 subscribers. So, I mean, he's doing very well for himself. So I understand that he needs something, but like, he was showing, like, he had multiple, this will be the retro room, here's the gaming section, here's the like edit and cut section, here's the stuff, and I'm just like, dang, that is, yeah. I mean, he's an interesting guy. He does good stuff on tech. There's a couple of people on YouTube that are good for streamer tech. He's one of them. The other one is a guy named Epsos Fox, and who's also building a new studio right now. And again, they make their living from this, and like I'm not in any way saying that it's like overkill. It's just one of those things where I was just kind of like, good God Almighty, that is a lot of space that you've got right there, sir. So yeah, all right, we got the F bracket. So I've reversed it. So in my head, so far, I think this is doing what it's supposed to be doing, allegedly. Yeah. Well, but the thing is, though, Miranda, if it gives you a sense of, a lot of these people are very, very good at branding and very good at like setting up their, understanding what your community is and how to do it is really helpful. The reality is that tech streamers, tech people on YouTube do very, very well for themselves. Like, there are some D&D streamers who can do well too and whatever, but if I just wanted nothing but like subs and people immediately, I would immediately just start like basically reviewing every tech thing I could get my hand on, because these ones like computers, light panels, stuff like that, it's crazy. Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind doing some of that on my own myself, as far as the long-term thing. I love teaching, and I don't, grading is not necessarily the most fun thing for anybody, but I love teaching, and I still get a lot of joy out of that. And obviously, writing and music are very big things for me. But I've got to be honest, as I've thought more and more about it, gaming and game mastering are like right there in terms of things that I love. And if I could make a living on writing and gaming, basically writing and and like game mastering and streaming video games here and there, but I mean like in particular writing and game mastering stuff, like and like live streaming DM stuff, that would be very tempting. Very tempting. But of course, there's also that you need to clear enough money that you don't. It's not just about the raw salary; it's also about the benefits. Because I also have very good health benefits where I teach, and that is something which is very expensive, as people will know. Coven, I know, has run into this problem. Very, very expensive, and so having that just on its own is hugely important. So, it would need to be more than just, oh, I'm making a decent amount of money. Like, it would also need to be, and now I can afford to pay for healthcare for my family, which is hard. So yeah, yeah, sure. Um, that's right. But I would say that what would make me good at that job is my love of it. Right? I think like what would make me good about the job is the fact that I do enjoy it as much as I do. Maybe I'm just lucky because I have great players, and I have all of you folks who are great viewers, and it's like I have a great thing going, maybe that's part of it, but it's really a lot of fun. And I do love the video game stuff too, I have to say. I do love that. Okay. That was part 1 of the desk. Part 2 of the desk. Right. Sure. Well, but the thing is, I think it's inherently less fun if you feel the pressure to, like, if there's pressure on you to continue to produce at that level, then yes, I mean, it's going to become inherently less fun. I'm not sure that it's inherently less fun. Um, I'm not 100% sure that it's inherently less fun if you're being paid for it so long as the stuff continues to be consistent. You know? Ooh, that's awesome, Live. And I think I already follow you, but definitely make sure you let the community know, because we would love to be able to go over and give you some love. So, yeah, I mean, I get paid to teach, and I love teaching, and that's been my career. Um, I get paid to write. No, I'm just kidding. I do get paid to write. I just would love to be paid more. Yeah, and I mean, that's something which I get a lot of joy out of. But then that's also ramping it up, right? With writing, it's the consistency of the income that's the hard part. With teaching, I get paid my check every 2 weeks like clockwork, and have for the last 17 plus years. So consistency really helps, you know? Okay, what am I doing? All right, so here we go. So now I've got the other side. So I did that, which means I need to again reverse. Oh, God. This is the part that confuses me. So if it's going that way. Right, which means that F is going to attach to that, which means, right, which means the F goes on the right. Okay. Whew. I don't know, chat. This is either going to work or it's going to be a train wreck of epic proportions. I'll tell you right now. We're about to see. Yeah, that's true enough, Miranda. It's a hard business. I know that for sure. Okay, sorry. I want to go up a little bit. Big Black Tower. Write the stories and plot for RPGs. DOS 3. Yeah, listen. I mean, I am the lead writer for a video game, actually an RPG as we speak, called Chosen Heart. And I actually have more work that I have to do to get into them, to the person who runs that company. And I've done stuff like that before. Yeah, no, I do, and I do enjoy that as well. But that too, the issue is the consistency in this business. It all feels like freelance, you know, and that's even if you get out of the bullshit exposure nonsense, you know, about like, oh, it's just about exposure. It's just about exposure. You just have to expose things. That's not on, as they say. I think there was one like that, Craigery. Yeah. Okay. So let me make sure that I get my head correct. Let me get my head right. Okay. Do I attach the two F brackets to each other? I don't. I attach the F bracket. Yes, okay. So this is supposed to be on the... Yeah, it's literally reversing it. Okay. So it's this like this, and then I need an N bracket. That's an M bracket. I don't need M. I need N. N. It's an N. It says it. It's right there. I've seen it. Can't take it away from me. It says N. All right. So instead of going this way, I need it to go this way. And it's got to be with our classic number 2, baby. More number 2s. As my daughter pointed out when we were making the first desk, and I said that we needed more number 2s, she said, "You realize, Dad, if I were younger, I would be laughing all the way to bed that you were talking about needing more number 2s." And I said, right. And because you are not the younger child now, that means that you recognize that this is not something you should necessarily find funny. Yet strangely, somehow, you do still find it a little amusing. And she was like, basically, yes. Oh yeah, on Shadowrun Returns. About the troll stuff, right? About the cultural stuff. Oh, amen to that, Gregory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, can you remind me again, Miranda? I remember that we talked about it, but I was like trying to do six things at once. It was something about the thing about the trolls, I think, like and about their cultural representation. Can you remind me again though? I don't remember exactly what you were asking me for at the time. Okay, now I need another E. This is E. This is E. Okay, we need the ones on the outside. Yes. Okay, so right. So I think this is going like this. I'm gonna move this up a little bit because I'm move the camera farther down. Okay, hold on. I will address that in a minute, Miranda. Let me see this. That's such garbage, Rock God. And listen, as someone who paid you, like our band paid you, as you know, for the shoot that you did, and you did an amazing job. Like, I would love to be able to pay everybody even more, but like, I would never give anyone that exposure garbage. Like that, just, ugh, God. You'd think that they would realize it's almost a meme. It's so stupid now, you know. Okay, troll descriptions. Popular evidence, despite popular opinion. Yes. So, okay. So here's what I'd say about that, Miranda. I would need to know more because I will fully admit that I do not know nearly as much about the game mechanics of Shadowrun. I mean, I've played Shadowrun a couple times, but my main takeaway from Shadowrun the couple times I've played it has been, God damn, that's a lot of dice. So, what I would say is I would need to know more about what the mechanic actually, like what it means that they're actually less intelligent and what's the compensating factor. Are they less intelligent but the equivalent of wisdom is done differently, you know? And or is it like literally they're less intelligent but they're stronger? Because if you think about it, like in Talisman, for example, right? In Talisman, the troll in Talisman has a 6 strength and a 1 craft. And the big joke was that they were like, they just hit big things with clubs. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to, at least for me, it doesn't, although I don't know. But it never seemed to land as quite as like insensitive because those characters in Talisman, I'm not talking about Talisman Adventures now, I'm talking about Talisman the board game, are just sort of caricatures anyway. They're not just characters, they're caricatures. So it almost feels like, you know, like you're looking at cartoons, really, you know, and so the representation issue doesn't come up as much there. So it's really about that. Um, and so, shoot, what does it say? Oh, I know. Shadowrun is like Commander Dunson will be all over this. Yeah, exactly. Live suing. Yeah. So, I think that's difficult. I mean, I worry a little bit about, I think in general, the move towards moving away from race and moving towards culture is a much better call. And I think in general, where we are now, I think that it makes more sense to move towards something which emphasizes more player choice and agency and decision making processes as opposed to you play this, that means that you're this. But having said that, I do get a little nervous about the idea of making characters that are all equally vanilla bland and that it's all up to the individual player to make everything out of them. Because it's not only not accurate to what we know is the way that life exists, it's also not what most people would desire. Because there is a need for cultural celebration, right? There is a need for that. There is a significant need actually for this. In fact, I was thinking about this the other day because the movie, the Raya, the Dragon, or the Last Dragon, or whatever it is, the new Disney thing came out. And there was a lot of discussion that I saw on author Twitter about the representation of Southeast Asia in that movie. And a lot of people were talking about the idea of, you can't just be like, oh, it's so great that they're getting all the attention they want because it's a big like mishmash, right? It's a mishmash of Southeast Asian cultures and historical time periods too, which is something like what the Polynesian culture represented in Moana was like also, kind of a mishmash. But at the same time, the overwhelming joy that was experienced by people of Polynesian heritage in looking at movies that were largely based right on and were driven by Polynesian animators, by a lot of Polynesian, composers, like ones that worked with Lin-Manuel Miranda, who is of course not Polynesian, but he was asked by this Polynesian guy to work with it. That made a big difference for them, and I think about that notion of joy. There's a new role-playing game some of you may have seen, a tabletop game in Kickstarter called Coyote and Crow, which posits the idea that if America had never been colonized, and if Native Americans therefore had never been, subjugated and killed and genocide had never occurred, what would happen in the future? And so it has this basically science fiction alternate future take where instead there are this just incredible richness of culture and history. So the danger, I think, in removing all potential cultural differences for the sake of not making anyone feel like anyone's getting stereotyped or disadvantaged is very difficult to me. And so I think there has to be a balance between something which celebrates potential strengths and not necessarily weaknesses. So if it were me, I think the way that I would design it from scratch is I would give, depending on the culture being considered, I would give certain higher caps and maximums to particular abilities that are within the cultural lexicon of that particular group, but I wouldn't give negatives to other statistics. So in other words, they would have normal caps, right, on certain things, but there would be certain things which they would have higher caps upon based upon cultural history and tradition. And that's the thing that I think that's somewhere in there is the balancing act. So I haven't been able to figure out, like exactly what Craigery said. The Klingons in Star Trek are never presented as being stupid, or at least generally they're not. They're not presented as being dumb. They are presented as being a warrior race that is proud, that has grown up with this almost like kind of a Spartan ethic, although I recognize that the view of the Spartans is highly misunderstood. And please don't look at 300 if you want to know what Sparta was like, okay? But the point is like a warrior culture that rewards strength rather than saying, we just think everyone is just big and dumb and muscular and doesn't actually know anything, and that means that they're a warrior, right? So I think that that's the way I would look at it. So if the troll in Shadowrun gives bonuses to strength and negatives to intelligence, that's not so hot. But I might be inclined to cap strength higher and maybe constitution higher because, as Craigery said, it is a society which values the use of strength and the value of strength in deeds that it accomplishes. Like, that's the way I would say. It's nuanced and complicated, though. So that's basically my... What's up, Burner? Good to see you. That's basically what I'd say. And hey, Rogan. So, yeah. Yes, I've actually seen Kilgore play that, and I never played that myself. I played the two OG Star Trek adventure games, and they're awesome. That's how I take that. What's up, Bill Nye? Doing well, man. Doing well. Yeah, that's my take on it, Marinda. And I mean, I again, there are definitely things that could... I'm not married to that opinion, but I just worry a little bit about the idea. Okay, this doesn't have a label at all. Well, we're going to hope that this is that this is a P, because I don't have a P here. Okay, it's got to be P. It's the only one that's big enough. So I would hope that this is how we would represent things, um, because I just worry that what is not being asked for is, okay, so we don't want to reflect, like for example, in Cursive Strahd, the original representation of the Romani in the original Cursive Strahd module in Ravenloft was not good. They were presented essentially as, and I'm going to use this word recognizing that it is a slur. At the time, it wasn't used this way, and that's the word gypsy. We now know that gypsy is not a word principally that should be used, particularly by non-Romani. It is a slur. So the word is Romani, right? But at the time, the inclination, and there was discussions of alcoholism and just stuff that, and Cursive Strahd doesn't remove all of that. There is still a representation that is problematic in some ways, but it removes a lot of it. And one of the ways that it does that is by representing that there are different cultural values, but that doesn't mean different cultural sort of stereotypes, right? And that's a very difficult sometimes thing to weigh. So I think it has something to do with figuring out a way to honor cultural difference and not reducing everyone to bland vanilla. If Cursive Strahd had removed the Romani entirely, or the Vistani, who are basically Romani, if they removed them completely, that would not be, that's just as bad, right? That's saying we can't do the work right, so we're not going to do it at all. Can't do that. So I give them credit for trying to do the work more sensitively, and that's really important. So, oh yeah, 300 is a great film. Don't get me wrong. Also, good to see you, Echo. Yes, the internet got turned on. Well, I'm broadcasting on it now, so it better be on. Otherwise, somehow a miracle has occurred. So yes, the internet is on. This is going through wireless though, because I don't have my wired connection because I can't do anything till I set up my damn desk. So I need to get my desk up and running, and I got half of it done. Technically one full desk is complete, but this setup requires two desks. So that is why that's what we're doing. Yes, actually it looks like it came together. Good to see you, Fury. Yeah, through ghost pigeon carriers. Good to see you, Fury, man. Always a pleasure. I'll catch you soon. Um, Oh no, I wasn't Burner. Please don't misunderstand me. I wasn't trying to be obnoxious. Like, oh Burner, guess what? No, I didn't mean that. I was just explaining. I could be, yeah. I mean, I could be going off of optimum hotspot or something, as you say. Yeah. No. 300. Listen, 300 is just very stylized. It's like claiming that Hong Kong cinema, right? That kung fu theater, it like as if that's supposed to be, this is a real representation of Chinese culture or of Taiwanese culture or of Japanese culture or of particular regions of China. This is not true, right? It's, as somebody said, it was like claiming that that someone was talking about how Raya reminded them of Avatar: The Last Airbender, and a lot of people were like, "Listen, Avatar's great, but the argument that Avatar was some great representation of Eastern cultures, I mean, you know, like how does it even? It's a cartoon. It's an anime cartoon. Like so. Right, exactly, Marinda. Yeah, this whole house pandemic. Yeah. I just didn't want you to get the wrong idea, Burner. Yeah, but that's why. So, okay. So I got this. I need to put this on. This is taking a little longer because I'm having to do this all in reverse because this is the way it is. But this is so much easier having built the other desk first. I was thinking, one part of me was like, oh, maybe I should do the hard part first. Just do the reverse one first. And then I'm like, if I try to figure out these directions in reverse for the first time, I'm going to set myself up for a world of hurt. So now that I built one the right direction, in the right way, I should theoretically be able to build the other one in the other direction. That's the idea. That's the theory. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't totally know what just happened there, Rock God, but I think I know, so thank you. Um, so yeah, Miranda. So the thing with Jade, so yeah, what the problem happens when because I'm trying to think about whether a lot of people talked about problematic representation in Jade Empire. I played Jade Empire on this channel, but I don't remember hearing a lot of controversy about it, but I may not have been sensitive to it at the time, and I may not have been focusing on whether the representation issues were like for that. Um, I don't know. I think the sense has often been that trying to do something, making a real effort, and then changing when you have gotten something wrong, um, really does a lot, and that's better than just giving up and doing nothing. You know, so that's my impression. But obviously, and also, things change. Sometimes the representation, the fact that you have certain characters rendered in particular ways, which is the first time that they're showing up rendered in those ways, um, that's a very powerful thing. And then it needs to be added into with positive representations that are more nuanced as time goes on. So you got to walk before you can run, right? But then you also have representations like Mickey Rooney, absolutely horrific representation of, I want to say, a Japanese citizen, although I don't remember if it was Japanese or Chinese now, in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Famous movie, but the representation by Rooney is an embarrassment. It's so bad. It's so bad that it really makes you almost want to forget about the movie overall. It's horrific. Like just and they actually do a really good job of dramatizing that in Dragon, the Bruce Lee story, where they talk about the idea of Bruce Lee sitting there and watching there like a disaster, you know. Yeah, Thundercats, ho! So, but see, on the other hand, what people should not be allowed to do is to say, "Well, we tried, but we screwed up," but we tried, and so we deserve a medal. You don't deserve a medal for trying. You deserve a recognition that you're doing the right thing because you should continue to try. You know, but right. Well, then a lot of yeah, that's right, and a lot of modern books actually have done that, right? Like even I talked about this in my Palace the Red Pasha campaign going on right now. Calimport, the representation of this book that I ordered from Drive Through RPG had some problematic representations. It came out back in the late '90s, and so they didn't take it down for sale. It's still for sale, but they put a little note on it saying this represents a problematic consideration of history, and that we are leaving it up as a notion of you know right like exactly like it was acceptable then. We recognize this as wrong, and future products don't reflect this idea. That and also, I think it also allows us to kind of recognize progress that's been made, and to see the ways in which that progress being made allows us to make further progress, basically. So I think that's a good idea. Now, that said, there are some things which are so horrifically racist and have no viable function that they shouldn't. There's no reason for them to be around at all. Like I used this example the other day. I want to say a few weeks ago. I think it was maybe Birth of a Nation. Um, Birth of a Nation was for a long time seen as this masterpiece of cinema because of cinematographic techniques. It's also, and I hope it's this movie, and I'm not mixing it up with the other one, but I think it's Birth of a Nation. It's also a racist disaster. It is literally a celebration of the Ku Klux Klan. That thing has no redeeming value, and I don't care what cinematographic, whatever it's got. That thing has no value. So if you want to show it as a historical example of how is it Birth of a Nation? If you want to show it as an example of how incredibly racist people can be and how long it took the Academy, the Film Academy, for people to be like, this is not a good idea, then I guess show it. But it's like it's so bad that it really colors over everything else. Like, what is the point of brilliant cinematographic technique reflecting lynchings, right? Or notice the brilliance with how African Americans are reflected as being foolish and lazy in their control of the reconstructed South. You know, so some of those ones, I think the it's protected because it's art is usually true, but I do, and I think therefore having a message with you, I agree with you, Miranda, is the way to go. But there's a few things that I'm like, you know what, we don't. This does not need to exist. There's other things that are brilliant that don't rely on these things. So, okay, right. So now I go back to the other one. Woo! All right, chat. I'm still doing all of this in mirror. Ugh. So let's hope that I'm right about what I'm doing. Oh man, I need some water. Okay. Yeah. Was it? You know what? Yeah. You know what? Live suing is that even? We are building a table. That is, we're building a desk actually. Live suing, is that true? I can't even. It's not that I can't believe it. It's just so. Oh God. Anyway, yeah. Enough of that, as you say. Enough of him. Yeah, that's right. Pictures being done on Sunday. Like, are you okay? Be care. Yeah, take care, Shadow Mage. Are you selling? What do you mean? Why are there pictures? I don't understand. Right, Craigery. Right. Oh no, that's cool, dude. No problem, man. But you know what, Craigery? Like, I think you're right. But honestly, the people that write within Lovecraft's work that are just better writers, and also not racist, and he was really bad. That really that helps a lot. Like there's other, like you could say he was inspirational to them. Now let us leave him behind. You know, I still maintain there were better people writing Lovecraft than Lovecraft. Um, William, I've talked about many times, William Hope Hodgson is a better writer than Lovecraft. Keep on the Borderland, or not Keep, House in the Borderland is a freakier, like, more cosmic horror-y stuff than Lovecraft did. He's a better writer. Um, the guy who did, there's another one too that did, oh God, called Purple Fog or something. I can't remember the name of it. Also a really interesting book. So, yeah. Oh, your house is going for sale. Oh my goodness. Okay. That sucks, Shadow. Hang in there though. No, he's a contemporary of Lovecraft Echo. In fact, he might even be older. He's a contemporary. That's the thing. He's not new. And that's the thing, is that even at the time, Lovecraft wasn't the best at this. It's just that he got the most attention. He was a very vivid writer. I mean, look, if we want to be clear about this, Edgar Allan Poe forgot more about writing than Lovecraft ever knew. I mean, Poe was a genius. Edgar Allan Poe is arguably the best short story writer in the history of language. Arguably. He's certainly, without question, one of the top two or three short story writers in English ever. Ever. I'm not going to speak for all languages because I need to know more about, I may be missing some in other languages. But in English, Poe is arguably one of the top three, if not the best short story writer ever. And Poe was a way better writer than Lovecraft. Not even close. And he's older than Lovecraft. So you could do horror and he did cosmic horror stuff too. Not as much as Lovecraft, but he did it. So, you know. T.S. Eliot. Life will be measured out in coffee spoons. But you know, T.S. Eliot, Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf, do you know though you know what made T.S. Eliot the poet that he became? Or I should say the person that became that? Yeah, I do remember you mentioning that. Are you moving to a place that you're happy to be moving to, I hope? Oh, no, yeah, but Craigery, maybe not, but the thing is though, he's really bad. Like he had all these racial theories about who should even be allowed to read his stories. He was really bad. He was bad. Like, I mean, again, I need to look back because I've only, I don't love cosmic horror or horror, so I've read obviously Lovecraft, but I haven't like read every book or every short story. But no, yeah, he's pretty bad. But it's you'd have to read stuff below the surface to get to some of it. He was like bad. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? It's sort of interesting in that situation. Well, I'm glad that you're gonna have a nice new modern townhouse. Um, yeah. So Lone Wolf, what I was saying was Ezra Pound. T.S. Eliot needed an editor. The Wasteland was made what it was because of Ezra Pound's editing. Now, which is not to take away from T.S. Eliot as a poet, right? T.S. Eliot was amazing, but Ezra Pound really shaped work like The Wasteland into something valuable. My dad always used to talk about how Pound was like the unsung hero of of these things because he was just like so important. Okay, so if I'm doing this right, and I hope that I am, this now is going to be like this. Yeah, what Miranda said, yeah. Yeah. And as I say, don't get me wrong, like, Eliot is, I mean, although Eliot also had some, along with Yeats and the whole crew, they had some problematic issues themselves regarding race and class, and it's hard at that time, but no, I mean, Eliot is obviously brilliant. Wait, why is this happening? Oh, no, that's not the right way. This is the way. This is the way. I always remember what a big deal it was when his they used to give people an award for World Fantasy that was basically a bust of Lovecraft, and I remember what a big deal it was when that went away. That was just like a huge deal. 'Cause to this day, there are like so many like people who were into the Cthulhu mythos, and so that was a big deal for them. Where is my Allen wrench? Whoops. That's quite true, Craigery. That's quite true. And sometimes the art, and a lot of times actually, the art is bigger. Not always, but a lot of times the art is bigger than the artist. That is often the case. um, I've never bought the idea that that artists are just like a channel for something else, because I think that removes that elides the work that they do. to be. It's not that they don't just sit there and then just like, get some kind of vision from the gods and they channel it. I mean, like, I do think the possibility of the equivalent of divine inspiration, depending on your beliefs, I do think that something like that can happen. But I think that a lot of it is just based on hard work, and even in the cases of inspiration, it's inspiration married with sweat, right? It's blood, sweat, and tears. But having said that, there are times when, based upon what somebody knew, that they produced work in spite of themselves. Orson Scott Card's Ender's Game is a powerful book arguing against bigotry, despite Card being one of the most bigoted anti, LGBT, so much so that I can't even teach his book anymore. And how did that dude come up with this stuff? But he did. So, nope, not ones. There's a ones. Yeah, it's twos. So sometimes the art does somehow separate itself out from the artist. I mean, hell, even Bradbury. Oh, shoot. Did I put that on wrong? I put that... No, I didn't put that on wrong. Did that go this... Ah, okay. Even Bradbury... even Bradbury had issues with representation. And, like, Bradbury is, like, everyone's, like, from a science fiction point of view, Ray Bradbury is everybody's, like, genial uncle. Everybody loved Ray Bradbury. And, like, Bradbury himself had some issues. Even in Fahrenheit 451. There's some stuff in there that you're like, yee. Not any, not horrific, but like some of the messages about like don't say anything. You're like basically arguing that people can't say anything wrong about anybody because then it'll be bad, and that's basically all censorship. And so there's that. Let me see. Yeah, thanks, Triffid. But anyway, yeah, Rock God. So here's the thing about Shakespeare and sexism. Well, yeah, well, yeah, I guess. I know what you mean, I suppose. So the other thing as well. Oh, I have another L up top, do I? Oh, really? That's interesting. So the thing about Shakespeare is that there is no question that Shakespeare was a bigoted Elizabethan. Listen to that wind. It's awesome. There's no question about the fact that he was a bigoted Elizabethan, that he would have been very much, anti a lot of stuff. But the big difference about Shakespeare than any one of his contemporaries, I can tell you that for sure, is that Shakespeare, as a character, as a playwright, let his characters speak for themselves no matter what he thought about them. And that is extraordinary. Shakespeare allowed, in the case of Taming of the Shrew, which is bad, it's really bad, but Shakespeare allowed women to speak for themselves in ways that do not come out in any other contemporary concept of the time. Good example of this, and he does so with variety also. The real, I wrote a paper arguing this some years ago, and I still think I'm right. The real hero of the play Macbeth, I don't mean hero, the real protagonist of the play Macbeth, you know who the real hero of the protagonist of Macbeth is? Lady Macbeth. That play is Lady Macbeth's play. For the first 3 acts, that play is about Lady Macbeth. Screw your courage to the sticking place and will not fail. If I had the chance that you have set before ye, I would take the babe out of my suckling breast, I think I'm butchering this, and bash its brains out upon the rock if I had such a choice as was given to you. Right? Lady Macbeth is that play. And then I think what happened is that Shakespeare lost his nerve. And Shakespeare at a certain point was in the middle of writing it, and this happened to one other person that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. Shakespeare was writing this, and all of a sudden Shakespeare was like, oh crap. He's like, I can't write this. This entire thing is basically Lady Macbeth. Like that's what this is about. And so that's how you end up with Spot, damn Spot, and blah 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 blah, and out damn Spot, and whatever. And so you end up with suddenly Lady Macbeth becomes a non-entity and basically just goes insane, and like most women of most tragedies of the period, ends up being conveniently marginalized. But that is 100% not the way it starts. And so I think there are cases where that's one example, okay? But there are multiple examples. The way that women are represented, the character of Viola in Twelfth Night is a intelligent, smart, powerful, thoughtful character. This is the way that other characters are often represented. There are also, of course, more traditional Renaissance women characters that are represented in these plays, like Ophelia, who has no voice, and there's multiple examples. But there are a lot there of women that are presented in very positive and strong-minded ways, and stay that way for Shakespeare. The other thing about Shakespeare is that he allowed, and there are numerous examples of that beyond women, Shylock. He lets Shylock speak for himself. And Shylock at the end, what is done to Shylock in his forcible conversion to Christianity is not at all played for laughs against Shylock. There were actors and directors who did this because of their anti-Semitism, but that wasn't Shakespeare who did that. And I can tell you that for sure because Christopher Marlowe's play, The Jew of Malta, upon which this play which inspired Shakespeare in his play, talks about intolerance. It has bigotry all over the place, anti-Islamic bigotry, anti-Christian bigotry. Like basically Marlowe hates everybody, regardless. He just hates religion, period. So he hates everybody in that regard. But Shakespeare's work shows the hypocrisy of the Christians. Shakespeare calls out the Christians on the carpet repeatedly for do as I say, not as I do. Shylock is really the fundamental hero of a great portion of that story, despite the fact that Shakespeare was almost certainly an anti-Semite himself. And people of color, same sort of thing. Othello is a play representing dignity. It is representing dignity. It's an astonishing play because it lets the characters speak for themselves. So this isn't to say that Shakespeare and his representation was perfect, not at all, far from it. But it is to say that unlike every one of his contemporaries, there is range and most of all humanity in Shakespeare's characters that do not exist in other characters and plays of the time. So I think that's a big difference. As far as the pass, it's not just because Shakespeare's work is that good. It's because, number one, his work is, yes, I think better than Orson Scott Card's. I think he lets people speak for themselves more than Card does. Number two, because Card is still screwing it up. Like, honestly, if J.K. Rowling had had something, and I wouldn't wish this on her, but if something terrible had happened, and J.K. Rowling had suddenly passed away after Harry Potter, before all of the anti-trans stuff, before all of her trying to backfill and be like, oh, well, actually Dumbledore was gay, even though she never mentioned it anywhere, and actually this and that and the other. I think our views of Harry Potter and specifically J.K. Rowling would be in a much different place. But Card just continues to spew bigoted BS into the atmosphere. So at a certain point, it's hard to ignore. You know, like maybe if there was a Twitter and an internet around the time of Shakespeare, maybe we'd hate him. I can't answer that question, but that's it just keeps going. So I think that's a big part of that. And the other person I wanted to mention who lost his nerve in writing a book is Mark Twain, and that's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. This was my dad's argument, and I think my father was right. So he writes Tom Sawyer, right? Adventures of Tom Sawyer, kind of a boys' book. You know, we go, and I mean that in the traditional sense of at the time, back in the 19th century, that like you would write a book like this for boys, and like boys were supposed to enjoy adventure stories. This is, again, sexist and whatever, but that was what they called it, right? It was kind of that sort of a book. And this Tom Sawyer is well written, but it's it's not great literature. The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, on the other hand, is unbelievable. For a good portion of that book, probably 75% of it, it is one of the great books ever written. It deals with the passage of life, mortality, identity, the understanding of who we are. It makes Jim the equivalent of who Huck Finn is. The use of the constant use of the N-word in that book is put into the mouths of the unrepentant racist Huck Finn's father, who dies as the drunken bastard that he is, right? That book for a long way is extraordinary. And then my dad's view was that Twain lost his nerve, and he was like, oh my God, I can't write this. And so Tom Sawyer comes in. And the last part of that book with Tom Sawyer is a lot more boring, conventional, safe, and the book therefore suffers for it. Now, it's still a great book, but one of the reasons it's not one of the great novels ever is because he bailed. And I think he bailed because he almost didn't know what he was writing. So sometimes I think the art takes control, and art is always about truth in the end. And it leads you towards a truth, and you're like, oh crap, I can't do that. I can't write that. What? And that's when you lose it, because art is not interested in hearing your excuses. Ultimately, it's about truth. Artfully presented truth, rendered truth, manipulated truth even, but it's about truth. And so when art leads you a certain direction and you lose control of the narrative in that way, which is what happened, I think, with Shakespeare and Macbeth, and my father thought happened with Huck Finn, that's the situation. Yeah, it's a combination, probably, Miranda. It's definitely a combination. Let's see. What is the other side of this thing? Also a 2. See, how many times do you see streams about building office furniture that also includes discussions of Lovecraft? That. Good, wonderful. And then that was that part. And that's that part. And now I need to attach this other part. Yay for English majors. Oh, I think he was... I think he was more than a closet one, Craigery. I mean, the thing about Twain is that, so Twain's very funny, and that's what he's known for, like, down-spun humor and all that stuff, right? But here's the deal about Twain. Twain is an absolute, Twain's a brilliant writer, and I think people sometimes don't realize that because they think of things like Tom Sawyer. If you read a book like read The Mysterious Stranger, you get a whole lot about his notions of religion, and how all these things ultimately work. You get a whole bunch of it there when that happens. So I know, right? Oh my god. Yeah, 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 yeah. My dad really loved Mark Twain. I liked him a lot. I think my dad liked him even more than I did. Which is, I don't know. That's kind of neither here nor there. I mean, I don't really know. I think the reason basically. Oh crap! Of course, I forgot the one piece that I needed. Oh, temporary butt stream. Sorry. Okay, let's go back. Um, but I mean, I do. I think Twain is great, and I think for American lit people, Twain is like Twain is the apotheosis. Yeah, it's hard to tell with you, Rock God. You really need to be more upfront about your feelings there. Kind of hard to get a read on you. Yep, marking a line. Yep. Yeah, Twain's a wonderful writer. Actually, you want to know an example? Here's another example. So Twain absolutely hated hypocrisy, and he hated it when people called stuff out and didn't know what they were doing. If you ever read his description, so James Fenimore Cooper, who wrote The Last of the Mohicans, you may know that film or whatever. Cooper's representation of Native Americans, not so hot, right? Twain destroyed him, destroyed Cooper. His essays, so it's the kind of thing where you should read something of Cooper's, like Last of the Mohicans or whatever, and then read Twain. It's freaking hysterical. Like, he annihilates him. And it's great because it shows you what a smart person who really understands literature and writing can do to someone like this. And part of the reason he does it is on the basis of representation. Like, he calls him out on, like, his facts are wrong about this, that, and the other. Like, he doesn't understand what shooting an arrow means, like, blah, 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 blah. But, like, it's great stuff. Hardcore Vernian. Hey, listen, Jules Verne. I got nothing but respect for Jules Verne in terms of the writing prowess. You will not get an argument from me about Jules Verne. He is damn impressive from a science point of view. I think his writing's fine, but like from a sort of science and sort of concept sort of view, he was great concept stuff. He's a better concept guy than H.G. Wells. I think H.G. Wells has got more going on in a way, but he's a better concept guy than Wells is, certainly. What is a tangent? That's not a tangent. Yeah. What's amazing? I teach the time machine in my introductory science fiction course, and it is amazing how many people don't pick up on the fact that the whole thing is a critique of class because H.G. Wells was a hardcore socialist. Like so many they were like, "Oh, wow." And then I show it, they're like they're like, "Holy cow, that's like right down to the level of who like what the guy brings with him, what the time traveler brings with him, which is a bunch of freaking matches in his plush seated, gold plated time machine. Like, oh man, it reminds me of like Upton Sinclair writing The Jungle and ending up getting the FDA created because of the effect of it, but doing not freaking word one when it comes to actually addressing economic disparity. Like, it's just unbelievable. Yeah. And I don't mean they resist it, Triffid. Like that they see it immediately. But I mean like they're sort of like they go into it being like, "Oh, the time machine." And then when I point out stuff they're like, "What?" But I'm not saying they're resistant. I'm just saying that it just doesn't occur to them, you know? This space is not bad. It's a bigger house, so the thermostat it takes a little while to like if you change it if it's like 68 degrees and you want it to go to 74, it's gonna take a while to get to 74, but it will get there eventually. That's what I would say to that. Yeah, and I don't know a whole. I got to be honest. I do know very little about Edward Bellamy. I am not. I'm not big on the Bellamy thing. Has anyone ever seen the Time Machine film? That I mean, the not the new one, not the newer one, the older one with George. What is it? Not George Lazenby. Um, some dude. I don't remember who it is. Um, uh, it is funny because like first of all it renders it it's one of those like very much like adventure filmy type of things. Wait a minute. What's going on with this? Have I finally run into a problem? What letter is it? Is this M? Oh, it's M. Don't know that this is right. I will admit to being concerned because I'm not sure that I've gotten this correct, although it seems like I have? Question mark? But I don't know for sure because something doesn't quite seem right about this. Okay, that is supposed to be O, but maybe not there. Maybe it's supposed to be. Oh boy. Are you holding the manual? No, I should be, right? I should be. Well, this part's right. This part's correct. Um, this is the thing that's worrying me. I don't think this is right. Um, well, hang on a second. Is that? That's N, which is on the bottom. And then O. Yeah, no. That's not right. That's not right. That can't be right. Um, M supposed to go? Oh, yeah, okay, I found it. I think I found it. I think I found what I did wrong. I think we want M here, not O. Although I still don't know what the hell is going on with this. Still doesn't seem right to me. All right, hang on, chat. Go to the videotape, as they say. I am ducking underneath to look. Yeah, I don't think it's O. I think it's M. Hey, what's up, VTAC? Well, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. It's very windy here, which I'm really enjoying, actually. I don't know if you can hear that, but... Also, if people asked me stuff over the last few minutes, I'm sorry. But I'm like... I've been in extreme focus mode, trying to figure out everything here. All right, I think M is what we're looking at. Yeah. Yes. I think so. Okay. So this Yeah, I imagine so. How's recovery and cleanup going there, Craigery? After the after everything with the stuff. Where? This does not look right. This does not look right, and I don't know why. Oh, and I bet I know why it's not right, because I didn't add a number 2. Chat, I didn't add a number 2. This is why, chat. Always make sure that you are ready to do number 2. All right? Don't let that slip. Don't ever forget to do number 2, because it can cause you problems, I'm here to tell you. Oh, man. Yeah, there we go. There we go. You just needed the right sense of proportion, as they say. Other than all the dead plants, yeah. Always have a solid number 2. What was this joke we were talking about before about people being literal children? Yes. All true statements. Those claims were not wrong. Man, if I'm able to somehow pull this off and actually reverse this desk the right way, it will feel like a triumph of epic proportions to me. Cannot tell you how much easier it makes having actual room to do this. That's really nice. Let me just say. All right. So that's good. Only issue now is I need to figure out what the hell thing I'm missing. Where does Where does the mysterious O go? Oh, O goes over here. If you will, O. And then that goes that way. Ah, yes. I see. I see. It is becoming clear to me now. It's all coming back to me now. If I'm building like this. Oh my God, Triffid. Triffid, what kind of crap is this joke? Thunder. That joke is such crap. Thank you for the host, Echo. Oh man. Wait till you see the other half of it. Oh man. I know, right? Like, I was thinking about this VTAC, about how many freaking Allen wrenches exist within the world. Like, because they give you an Allen wrench every time. It's going to cost them like 5 cents to make, right? Like, I mean, every freaking, like, I've got to have 30, like, easily I've got to have 30 Allen wrenches from just building furniture. This is also, again, chat, why you never tighten anything until you're done with everything relating to that part. Because boy howdy, you will run into trouble otherwise. Damn it. I love it. I love it. Right, and I keep, exactly, I do the same thing. I keep all my Allen wrenches. I'm like, why do I need 30 Allen wrenches? They're all the same. Like, right? I mean, what is the point of having 1.5 billion Allen wrenches? But you never know. It's like, as I said, the other day the guy was installing the internet, and they have the phone cable, right? Yeah, there you go, Rock God. Right, half tighten things. But, and the guy was like, I actually don't have a phone cord. And I was like, I do. So, my wife, Mrs. Arv, who I love dearly with all my heart and soul, who has told me my whole life, you don't need, like, well, not my whole life, as much life as she's known me for, our whole relationship together. Yeah, there you go, Echo. Like, why you're going to need all that cable. And I'm like, that's why. Because when I needed it, kapow. I had it. I had what I needed. I had the item. I had the cord. This is, you all know this. All of you are RPG players know what I'm talking about. This is why you don't throw away everything. This is why you pick stuff up and you're like, I don't know when I'm going to need that half burned rock. But at some point, someone's going to be like, only one who carries the half burned rock will have our approval. And then, you're going to feel stupid if you don't have one, right? You don't want to be the one without a half-burned rock. But no, I'm the crazy one. I'm the hoarder, right? Our dial tone says something different. Know what I'm saying? Our dial tone that we can hear because we have a phone cable, because I had one sitting in my freaking box of cables. You just remember that when you get a fax through the phone cord that I kept. One day it will rescue you. Yeah. And no one ever comes back and is like, hey, thanks for holding on to that, half-chewed piece of bubble gum for 30 years. Because no one ever comes back to you and says thank you. But, just a little acknowledgement, just a little understanding, just a little, like, thanks for your vision. Thanks for being a prophet. That's all. Yeah, yeah. I prefer to think positively, Craigery. Positively. That is what made all the work with the websites that you helped me on so obviously effective. It was my clearly positive attitude. My general sense of optimism. Exactly, VTech. Yeah. When am I going to need a charging cable for an iPod Nano? Who knows? But let me tell you, if you need a charging cable for an iPod Nano and you don't have one, and the aliens invade, then who's going to be? Then who's laughing, right? Then who's the dumb one? Right, live. Right. I won't need it. Someone who comes into my life will need it. Right. Yes. Precisely. It's like the starfish. You all know the starfish one, right? The starfish where they're all like, "But little boy, you can't possibly save all those starfish. How this isn't going to make a difference." It made a difference to that one. It made a difference to that one. I can't possibly charge all of the people who don't have charging cables. No, but I can charge that person's charging cable. I can help that person. It made a difference to that person who has power now. Right, well, listen, Build. You watch Star Trek 4, right? They come to Earth, the whales are extinct, the monolith is destroying everybody. They have to go to time to bring the whales back. It's the same damn thing with the aliens come looking for an iPod Nano. Nobody can charge them except you, who's got the charger in your freaking attic. Then what? Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm really, really trying not to jinx this. And I'm really praying that my spatial sense has indeed not let me down. But it is beginning to look to me like there is a decent possibility that we've managed to reverse this desk without the instructions to do it. And if that happens, I'm telling you all right now, I'm going to be insufferably smug about it. If that happens. All right. Now, for structural integrity. Yes, I will acknowledge that chat was very, very smug, appropriately smug about dropping a bucket into a well. Yes, chat had every right to be smug about that. I mean, no question. I mean, I can't, what can I say? Like there's nothing to be said. They were smug and they deserved it. Yeah, like they deserve that level of smug. I don't I'm a big enough man to recognize that, sometimes what is very clearly a obviously busted decision by chat works out, and. Oh man. Yeah, I love Arvany Smug. I might be inclined to be less smug if it struck me that there's no reason for me to be doing this with my hand curved around the back when I could literally just stand up, reach over, and do this the right way. Oh wow, look, I can see what I'm doing. Uh-huh. Oh look, it just connected. Wow. It's amazing how much faster that went. Because it wasn't like I was sitting there thinking, wow, I can't believe I've been sitting here for 5 minutes doing this in reverse when all I really needed to do, trying to put a screw in the back backwards, when I could have just stood up and done it this way. That does not lead to smugness, chat. That leads to a fundamental awareness of truth. Fundamental awareness of truth. Yeah. See, that's it. It's easy mode. I felt like I wasn't elite enough, you know? And as you all know, it's all about the elite here. Without being a elite gamer, really, what is the point? Do you know that I was only a few weeks ago old when I realized that leet, L-E-E-T, was actually slang for elite? Who didn't catch that? Two thumbs this guy. And I pointed at you because I obviously didn't know. I was just like, oh, elite, it's slang. And then I was like, oh, it's short for elite. And you're also right about that, Triffid. I am used to working in cramped spaces. I almost don't know what to do with myself, knowing that I don't have to work in a cramped space. Oh man. Okay. So that takes care of the frame. Now we put on the wood. But before we do that, now we tighten everything. Yeah, that was not a circumstance where I felt smug about myself. When I realized something and I was like, oh. I just assumed it was you being silly. I didn't know that there was any actual meaning to it. Yeah, listen, live. That is indeed always a concern, and I don't think so though. I think honestly, like people talk about the books thing. I do way more reading of stuff through ebooks, and because again, you get a lot less romanticized about books when you start moving them everywhere. So I do a lot less of that in terms of physical books, but I still get more than my fair share of books because I have lots of friends who are authors, and I am asked to do blurbs sometimes or do beta reads or reviews or whatever, and I obviously love having stuff from my friends, and like I got a signed copy of Sal and Gabby Break the Universe from Carlos, and read that to my daughter. And as soon as the plague passes, I want him to sign Sal and Gabby Fix the Universe also. So like that's gonna happen. So I can't completely swear off physical stuff. But yeah, it is true that stuff tends to fill up space. Um, that you create if you're not careful. Listen, if I was into I have a friend of mine is into Warhammer mini painting. And I'm telling you right now, if I was into that, I mean, forget about it. Like there'd be no ends to the amount of space that he used up, and the paints and like the good gravy. Well, yeah, and I mean, selfishly, I kind of want. Selfishly, I definitely want people to get physical if they can, because it's usually more money. I mean, for us. So, and also, I mean, and there is very much a very cool thrill of actually seeing the physical product on a shelf somewhere. I mean, people send me pictures of having the physical books of Icarus. I told everyone that story about the guy who saw me doing a reading of a very early version of Icarus at a World Fantasy years ago, and then came and found me after the first edition of Icarus came out. Oh God, yeah. The first edition of Icarus came out many many years later, so that I could sign it, and that was dope as hell. Like that was great. And if he had just shown it to me on his Kindle or something, I mean, obviously I'd still be grateful. I of course, anyone who reads anything, however they do, but I admit, you get an extra little thrill out of the physical quality of it. So that's definitely part of the mix. Damn it. Okay. Sure that's squared off. Sure that's squared off. Sure that's squared off. Yeah, I wouldn't have a new house probably. I always felt that it was too bad that Games Workshop got into all four camp, Warhammer all the time, because it was really a good studio that did a lot of good work, and it's too bad that that's all they do now at all is that, you know, like just nothing against Warhammer, but jeez. They did so many great things in the 80s and 90s, and then all of it just ended up doing that. Like, okay, got that, and then we've got this, which goes this way, I think. Yep. Oh, not that way. Reversed. Reversed goes this way. And this. That goes. Which goes this way. Yeah, yeah. I honestly can't really understand how some people are able to afford that at all, that hobby at all. Like, I honestly don't get it. Like, you know, people think that like buying video games are a hobby, but you can get, you know, it can be expensive, but you can get deals on that. You can get tabletop. I mean, you can get like Humble Bundles and links and stuff. Warhammer is just, it's like smoking, you know. It's just like, from what I understand, it's just constant, never-ending cost. It's like Magic, but with a on steroids, with the amount that's required to keep up with the Joneses, as it were. Yeah, that is. I was talking about that before, Lego. That is my concern as well. I'm not worried about my PC. I'm worried about my monitors. My PC is probably going to be in the ground. But I am worried about the monitors a little bit. That is a fair assessment. All right. Next step. We're getting there, chat. Now this next part's kind of funny because they made this very big thing out of saying that the only thing that will fix the desk, that's their quote, fix the desk, is, here, let me move this first of all. The only thing that will fix the desk is these screws. They were like, these silver screws are the only thing that will fix this stuff. Well, plus you have, and the thing is about the video games, you've also got all of these like, I need to move this back a little bit. You've also got all of these indie games. You know, you got tons of indie stuff. But with this other, you know, with what we're talking about with Warhammer, they're the only game in town for Warhammer. You know? Yeah, protect those silver screws, yeah. Okay. So what I need to do now is to come around here. And I need to get down here. Move these over. Out of the way, bags. Okay. Get down here. And it's the classic mechanic move. On the ground, putting screws in upside down. Because clearly that is what God intended. Put screws in this way. That was what was desired. Yeah. There we go. good, good. All right. Now this next one. This one has to go like that. Okay, good, I think. Give me that Allen wrench. What if your hat falls off? Yeah, right. Well, I have a hard enough time. Oh, you are not working, are you? I have a hard enough time with my hat right now because of my damn long hair that it doesn't stay on, which is something that they never tell you is going to be a problem. You know, only issue with an Allen wrench is that this thing does not like staying in sometimes to the screw, which is a little obnoxious. Gotta be honest. All right. Now, I gotta pray that this is online. That's the other thing, is that you always worry, like, what if the factory, like, scored it wrong or whatever? Then you are going to be in trouble. Like, if they put the holes slightly out, okay. All right, good. I like that feel. That looks like it is catching, which is good. Okay. Still not tightening it all yet. Yeah, torque wrenches. You know what, Live Sewing? I feel like I never really understood the value of a torque wrench until, this is going to sound bizarre, until I was putting together a thing for my kid, a ninja course thing for my kid, because the strap that you use to like put, like have all the things hang down from, you know, like American Ninja Warrior stuff, the way that you ratchet it up is you use like one of these, they're not carabiners, they're like, you know, these like, right? And basically to increase tension. And like, that was kind of a revelation to me, how much easier that would be than trying to tighten it in any other respect. And I think that's a very similar principle anyway to the way a torque wrench works. And I finally was like, I see the value. I've seen the light of why a torque wrench would have value to it. I see why that would be the case. Okay, good. So far, so good. Sorry I can't answer more directly, but yeah. Well, the other thing is that about Allen wrenches is that, I mean, I guess it's possible to break one, but I sure as hell have never seen it. Like, I don't know how you would, like, reasonably break an Allen wrench. I mean, it would be really impressive to me to see someone who could actually, you know, in the course of doing regular work to try to get something fixed, break an Allen wrench. So there's something nice about the thought of something that you're not going to snap it, you know, or at least it feels very unlikely that you would be able to snap it. Is it, by the way, why is it even called an Allen wrench? Was that the guy who made it? Was a guy named Allen? Is there a particular reason why it's called Allen? Is it like Ethan Allen? Couldn't call it like Joe Wrench or whatever? I love that I asked this question while I am literally lying upside down. So whatever answer any of you lovely people are giving me, I couldn't possibly read it right now. I look forward to seeing the world right side up. And when I do, I look forward at that time to being able to find out why an Allen wrench is called an Allen wrench. It's going to be great. It's the brand name, Allen Manufacturing Company. Binford Tools. So it really is it's the name of the company? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, please don't tell me that it's actually because Tim Allen did that. I was like, please, God, don't let it be true. All right. Okay. I also love the height on this desk, which is not going to bash into my knees the way that my old one did. Okay. Almost. Okay. All right, now I think I can tighten everything up, although I have to, I want to make sure I'm not missing something. Oh, I think I might be missing something, actually. Yeah, I am. There's more silver screws, chat. Wait, what is this thing about that? What? It's actually an Allen wrench? Is that... Oh, I lie. The Allen manufacturer, Hartford, Connecticut? No kidding. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I grew up actually in Canton, Connecticut. And Canton is composed of 4 separate little, almost boroughs, basically, sub-places. Which is Canton, just regular Canton. North Canton, and I basically lived in right on the border of North Canton and Canton. So we had that. Something in my eye. Canton Center and Collinsville. And Collinsville was the sort of more industrial area of town. And that was named after the Collins Company, which used to be right there. And the Collins Company made machetes. And there was a time when they used the Farmington River, which ran right through Canton and right through Collinsville, to power their mill. There was a time where the biggest, easily, all the machetes in the world, basically, or the overwhelming majority, came through the Collins Company, and it was especially used to like clear out jungles in the Philippines and stuff like that when there was, I hate to say, when people had use of machetes and probably were doing some bad colonizing stuff, until, you know, eventually machetes kind of became not a big thing anymore and all that. But that was the claim to fame of the Collins Company. Okay. That gives me one spare. This company is either pretty confident or pretty stingy. They give you exactly one spare of every single screw, like thing that they have. Every screw, every bolt, every nut, you get one spare and that's it. One spare and Godspeed. So that's either a lot of chutzpah or a lot of cheap. More you know. You know, I mean, you're not wrong, Live, but there's something very troubling about that construction of your phrase. How you doing, Sisla? I'm sure they have faith in their assemblers. Yeah, great. Great. I'm glad. I'm glad that they have faith in me. Well, they should. I built this thing twice. One time in reverse. Without instructions. I mean, not with instructions in reverse anyway. Well, I will say that I was always fairly good at putting this stuff together. But still. This thing, though. This screw is not behaving. Come on, Allen wrench. Okay. And that just leads us to the shelves. Okay, good. Okay. That just leaves us with the shelves and the ends to put on, chat. So, now I'm going to show you what this all looks like. And we're going to talk about what I need to do to make this all work. So, this back, this back, this back. Okay. Yes. Yes. All right. The space is prepared. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to clear off all of this stuff so you can all see the glory of this thing. And then you can help me figure out what to do with these shelves. And I guess also I need to put together this this thing. So I'll put this over here. Step one in the magic was making this all happen. So, oh man, this is gonna be so good. It's going to be so good. But to make it so good, finish the job. All right. Now, okay. Push over here. Yeah. Actually, that one messenger bag is from Brooklyn Industries, which is a good company for stuff like this. Okay. So you can... All right. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. This is way more expensive than this desk, this chair. Okay. So let me put together this shelf, and then I'm going to ask for chat's help. So, all right. I need... The classic are number 4s is what I need. Number 4s. Who does number 4 work for? Okay. We get a full view of the chair. Yeah. Yeah, the chair has been wanting its own close-up for a while, Mr. DeMille. And yeah, well, I'm going to ask for advice, is I think the way to put it. So I'm going to assemble this shelf right here. No, I'm gonna ask for advice. Honestly, these desks came together really nicely, I have to say. It reversed exactly the way I imagined it in my head, which is nice. It extends a little farther than I thought it would, but that's okay because, as I say, I wanted. And I mean, technically, I could even move it so that like it goes this way, but I'm fairly happy with this, I think. Oh, it's so great, Echo. It's so great not to have to worry about that. I hope, by the way, chat, that I haven't been loud. I hope I haven't been shouting at you, but I figured I would speak a little bit louder since I'm not using my usual mic setup at all, and like I was moving around the room a lot. But it was nice to be able to do that and not worry that I'm waking everybody up. Although I'm worried I'm going to open my text messages on my phone and my wife's going to be like, we can hear you the whole time and you're shouting. And okay. So, okay. All right, let's lock this in. All right, cool. I'm glad that is the case. It has been really, I really have been, I'm glad that you were all with me. I was glad that little Arv was there for the whole first part of this with me, so I didn't have to just do a desk on my own. And I'm glad that you were all here with me for this because it made it 10 times more enjoyable than it would have been otherwise. I mean, not that it's like awful or anything, but it's just like, you know, tedious. And so having people around to chat has been really helpful. Okay, so we got that done. So now that we got that done, chat, now the question is, what do we do with the shelves? So I'm going to show you what I mean. First of all, let me show you what the desk looks like in its full glory. Okay? So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the full desk. Whoop, 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 whoop. Damn it. I hit the wrong thing. Okay. Let's try it again. Ladies and gentlemen, the full desk. Yeah. Oh yeah, wait, there's more. The desk is made. Witness the power of this fully operational double desk. Yeah. That, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Okay. So now the question is this. The question here is this, chat. Do I... Sorry, I'm going to stretch you over here a little bit. Okay. So the question is... What do I do? Do I do... Oh, let me see. How will I place this? Well, you know what? I'm going to do it this way. Okay. So I have a couple of choices. And the question is, I have two of these shelves. Hang on a second. Okay. I have two of these shelves that look like this. Okay. So, and there's two sets of screw holes, but technically they clamp well enough that I might not even have to do that. So I could place one here and then put the second one over on the other side. Something like this. Okay? And then the theory would be, but see, everything balanced. Yeah, but here's the thing though. I want the monitors to be on the same height. I have 3 monitors, right? So I want to put the monitors on, I want to put them all at the same height. So that means then that I have to put the middle monitor, which doesn't have an extendo thingy. I need, I don't have a place to put the middle monitor unless I stack it on something, which I could do, because I only have 2 shelves. Or I could theoretically put this shelf over here on the corner. But the problem with doing that is, number one, there's no screw holes over there. And number two, if I do that, it means I would sit like here, and it means I'm literally gonna be like, chat, what do you think? There's OBS. Here's the game. Chat, hello? Like literally from here to there is like 4 feet. So it's gonna be like 4 feet, 4 feet, you know? So it feels like they ought to be closer together, but then I worry about the monitor height not being right. So let me put the monitors up there, and you guys tell me what you think. Oh man, such a hard habit. You folks tell me what you think. All right, so I'm gonna get these 2 things. First of all, this is the beauty of this setup, by the way, is that I can come down here and I can chest this out. So this is where the screw holes are. And I'll be able to do the wires from down here also. Okay, so like that. And then it would go left monitor. Here's the left monitor. Right monitor coming in a second. There's the right monitor. And middle monitor. So there's not even room. I'd have to stretch them out. See, like, so I could stretch, so I could like move it. It's not going to fit with the screw holes. This is actually not a good idea. So like that. And then okay. Something like that. And then this would go here like that. You see? Or I could like lift it, like stack it on books. God knows I have enough of them, and end up like that. I could also just say the hell with the shelves. Right. I could also just not use the shelves. I could, yeah, exactly. I don't have to use the shelves because actually, it's not. That would actually be slightly above eye height, right? So I could also just take them off completely, which might even be a little safer, I guess. And maybe put the shelves on the end or something, because they are designed to do that. They can do that too. And go like, you know, this, that. Take this off like that. And then put this like over here like that. 45 degrees. I don't know about that much. That's a little strong, I think. But something like that. Oh yeah, but I've got so much stuff for D&D stuff though, Echo. Because I haven't even put my PCs up yet. I mean, I'm putting the PCs on the ground, and I need to get like shelves for those things, but like that's not bad actually. That's not bad. Yeah, I know, I know. They're going to be doing that. They're going to also add a railing to it, Echo. That now this is separate from the issue of me being worried about the monitors toppling because I am concerned about that, but I have a way I think to address it. Um, and I think basically the way to address it is going to be some kind of either like very heavy weight. Yeah, see how my neck feels. Well, see, because here's the thing. Right now, if I'm standing, the other thing is I would like not to have my knees go here, but it doesn't have to be exactly even. But if I'm sitting right here, let me move you over this way. If I'm sitting here and I put the monitor up here, well, like here, for example. So this is now in front of the monitor. So I've got like keyboard in front. Yep, okay. Keyboard, blah, 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 type. Yeah, no, I got a lot of shows about that. The thing is, so my neck right now, it's pretty close. I mean, first of all, I could drop my chair like that. That feels a little low. Then I feel like I'm at a kid's table, so maybe not so much. That probably feels all right. Yes, that's right. That's right, Echo. Yeah. So I probably would need to move. I need to make it slightly off center, maybe because of these things. Yeah. Yeah, it's the only thing. No. Table's good. Table's pretty good. Right now, the monitors are wobbly because I don't have them in place yet. But the table's pretty good, actually. The table's pretty locked. It's going to be interesting to see how all of this works with like No, I guess I can move you folks over here. It's going to be interesting to see how well this works in terms of because I can get to everything here with chat and all that is going to be good. But in terms of, I lost my train of thought because it's late. I completely forgot what I was going to say. So, I guess it wasn't that important. All right. Good night, Lone Wolf. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It would also be interesting to see about putting, because one of the reasons I love this setup now is because I can have instead of having everything crammed onto the monitors, I don't have to have everything crammed on the monitors. I can literally have consoles over here, PCs down on the ground, keyboard up here, and a mouse, obviously. Yeah, no, I know. I got to get to bed. So anyway, the thing I'm thinking about in terms of the monitor issue of making sure that they don't, take a tumble, which would be disastrous. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. Like nothing's ever going to happen to me because I'm facing it. I'm on this side of the desk. Like a lot of other stuff would go down before I would. My concern is more about the monitors jiggling loose over time, which is why what I'm thinking is there are a couple of ways to solve it, but I think one of the easiest ways would be just to use literally two bungee cords that just go around the base of each of these monitors and lock in place. And that way I would literally have to be I'd have to ram my hand into the monitor to somehow break the cord. It's just not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I can turn around sometimes and accidentally in the old place bump my elbow against the printer, which thank God I won't have to do in this place, or accidentally, bang my knee into the keyboard thing because that wasn't, and that's something I'm going to want to make sure that I avoid, by the way, which is the only problem with this plan, which I knew from the beginning, was the fact that there are these two legs that are in the way. So, yeah, that's not a bad call either, Rogan. You know that? A monitor mount. That's not a bad idea either. Although I don't want the monitor mount to go too high is the only thing. I've never used a monitor mount. I've always been a little worried about them. And the weight that they put on the strain on the table. But they're adjustables, yeah. But we're talking a clamp though, because I don't want to drill a hole in this desk. Can I do increase camera jiggle? No, honestly, this is fairly good, considering, because again, this is just using my laptop and everything, so this is not at all the regular setup. I just finished putting together the desk. They're clamps, yeah. Would that put too much weight on the front of the desk? I guess not, probably, right? I guess that wouldn't put too much weight on the desk. We'll listen, Ghost. All right. No, actually, this went pretty smoothly. This looks exactly the way I wanted it to look. The only concern is, again, which I can just do by, doing that. And then I can have dramatic camera angles, And that's one reason why, chat. The time that we find ourselves in the quality of who we are, that's what I need to do. I need to have my regular camera needs to be here, like my new camera, and then I need to have the C922 over here and the C920 over here, so I can just be today on Arvin Eleron's channel, it is my great pleasure to welcome you. That's what I need to do. I need to just have cuts from camera to camera to camera to camera for no earthly reason. For no reason at all. Oh man, I was already planning to use some things for like board game stuff or whatever, but uh, right, right. Yeah, I'm not actually the reason I've been resisting doing that. I'm thinking about this now that I'm seeing this. The reason I was thinking of not doing that at first was that I was like, well, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that because the nice openness of the room then gets cut down and then I'm not going to be able to like, see other parts. But now that I'm thinking about it, part of the issue, right, is that the monitor is going to block my view anyway. So I might as well just have a basically a board that goes up, you know, that basically comes behind it and protects, yeah, exactly, Rob's camera angles, that sort of protects it. The only other issue was I'd have to cover it in fabric because of the echo potential, not our echo, but the other echo potential of having stuff bounce back. So, shelves and books and stuff, like right over there. That's gonna. I mean, obviously, a lot. That's all gonna be moved and shifted, but um, that's the hello JZB. Um, but that's the thing that's going to be on the other side is books and games. I don't know. I needed to get this desk built so that I could clear that out and so that I could see where I was because the next step is take a bunch of this computer stuff. Now I can start loading it onto the desk once I figure out the issue with the monitors. And once I do that, then I can put things in the right spots and that will clear up more room so that I can shift other things behind there and I can see where everything goes. It all started with the desk, basically. So, yeah, new home, new setup, JZB. I'm just finishing it out. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the desk setup with these monitors because of two reasons. One, because I need to figure out where to make it so that my legs don't bang into this because these are basically two desks put together. Two, this is right near a railing that does that. And even though I'm not concerned that I'm going to go like, whoo, and like knock the thing over, I am a little concerned that over time, because I have two children, that there are things that could gradually shake and move this thing. And obviously, a monitor falling would be disastrous. First of all, it could be very dangerous for anybody who's in the area. Secondly, you can forget about the monitor. Thirdly, cleanup's going to be a nightmare. So, like, that's why I have to decide what to do about that. And so there's two possibilities. One is to put like bungee cords down that hold three possibilities. Bungee cords to hold the base in place, like just wrap them around the desk. That looks more kind of, frankly, that's kind of more sketchy than I want it to look, but that's one possibility. Second option is what Rogan suggested, which is to get a monitor mount for each of these and just do monitor mount, monitor mount, monitor mount, which clamps. And that way I've got it on the desk. Now I'm still a little worried about that because I'm worried about the monitor mount tipping, but I guess if I'm super careful, that would be the possibility. And then the third option is to use what Echo suggested, when a couple of others suggested earlier, which is basically a headboard behind the table to go up a little bit. Now, the other negative about that is that means that I don't get one of the big advantages of this setup is that cable management is going to be 1,000 times easier because I don't have to struggle to get behind my goddamn underneath my table. Like crawling underneath my table to have to move things around is so freaking annoying to me because I've had to do it for so long that it's a relief that I was like, I can just walk down the stairs, do, and then like come around the other side and do the wires. But I'll put up with that if it allows for it to be safer. So, ooh, that now see Trippin. That's why you're a legend in the business. That's thinking ahead. That's what we need. So I don't know, chat. What's your vote? Is your vote so? If you were voting, I'm just taking this under advisement. I do have a carpenter friend actually. Oh, thank you, Echo. Right. Yeah, this is thin. Well, the thing is though, it's strong though. The other thing is too, Rogan. I mean, there's the railing. They could also mount on the railing, which is literally right there. You know? So, or I could add a piece of wood or something. But like Chad, I'm just curious if you were gathering information here, if it were a choice between bungee cords around each monitor, wrapped. That the other problem with that actually, now that I think of it, is it also uses up room on the desk. So anyway, that monitor mounts or the headboard. Headboard. But here's the thing though, I am not a big DIY guy. Like I'm not super, I last did wood shop in 8th grade. Like I'm not so yes, I could talk to a carpenter friend about doing it. That should probably be reasonable to do. But like is this going to be super I don't want it to look lame, I guess. I don't want it to look stupid. I want it to look, reasonably cool and also be functional. I want it to keep the monitors from falling over. Because again, the PCs are going to be on the floor. Those are not going anywhere. Those have railings in between them, plus the iron. They're not going anywhere. They're fine. And all of my other stuff, my consoles and everything, are going to be around on the table. That's why I got this setup. Because I wanted a big freaking desk for a change, and I got one. So that's fine. The issue is about the monitors. And the monitors are heavy. And that does worry me. It won't look lame? You don't think? I mean, granted, no one is going to be looking this way anyway. You're going to be looking like this, basically. The other thing is, too, right. But I do have to start thinking about it sooner rather than later because I need to set up somehow. So the other thing, too, of course, is I also have my camera to consider because my camera is going to be in a tripod. And the tripod has to go probably on the desk. I could try to get like a mounting tripod, like Elgato makes something like this. But like, it sort of sucks because I already have a tripod that works. So like, I'd rather not buy something else that I don't have to. But that might be useful. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably got to be the headboard. So maybe I do. Oh, there's tons. Like it's like that. That is like 10 feet high. That ceiling, or 11. Like that's very above, way above my head. Yes. But why though? I don't know that I know why that matters. Oh, you were thinking about. Oh, really? Okay. Oh my gosh, this setup is like, it's gonna be so epic. Anyway, I think what we're in agreement with though, chat, is it's a no to the shelves, other than using them. Like using them for other things, but it's a no to the shelves with the monitors, right? Like I think I'm on board with that. Like just no to the shelves of the monitors. You just put that there, fine. Put that there, fine. That's useful in its own way, but like not the monitors don't need to be on there because all it's going to do is make me either want to raise this or like. So yeah, I think that's really helpful. Can you see the right corner? That's the right corner. Not necessarily, actually. No, no, not necessarily. The tripod could actually go on either corner. And in fact, Echo, it probably makes more sense to do it on the right corner because that means the cables are out of the way of everybody, and you would have to like go out of your way to try to find the tripod and knock it over. Yeah, yeah, I agree, Lego. Like the tripod? Um, can I? I don't 100% remember where I put the tripod. It's in one of those there, one of those bags, um, but I don't remember entirely. Thank you, Live. Yeah, I'm really, really happy with this desk. What do you mean put you there? Like this? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this isn't quite right because this is on the shelf and the tripod would be over there. But it's basically like this. So I'd start and I'd be like this and then would be typing my smartphone? What do you mean? I am confused. What do you mean? What about my lovely smartphone? It would probably be like here. This is where my tripod would be. It would probably be about there. Yeah. Or it could be here. Actually, you know what I could do? So the other thing I was thinking of, rather than thinking of this, here's the other thing. Rather than thinking of this as putting one monitor connected to one monitor connected to one monitor, maybe a better thing for me to think of is just making the monitor, pushing it further right, because then, so basically setting the monitor over here, right? So there's chat. And then putting the monitor over here, and there's chat. Then I got the main monitor here. And then the tripod would easily go here, which is basically where I have it now. Or I could even possibly do it like that. You try to do it like that, that'd be close. That's actually optimal because that way you can get the back screen. Yeah, that way you can see behind me. Yeah. I think that's what has to happen. I think that's what it has to be. Because this is very comfortable. Like chat's over here, OBS is over here. So I think in my head, I was thinking about putting all three of these together and making it like one big monitor in my mind, but I don't use it that way. Like I play games on the main monitor right here. I follow chat and like I have chatty and I have like my like notepad and stuff I have over here. And then the left chat over the left monitor over here is where I keep OBS. That's where I keep like the Patreon status. That's where I keep like if somebody asks me to open up a web page, I go over there. So already I use them for three very different things, although they're all part of the streaming experience. So really, I don't need to think of them as being together. My problem was initially I thought of them as being so far over that it was going to be like, chat, blah, I was like, that's going to kill me. But this is not bad. They're still pretty close to each other, but there's enough room that I think I would be able to get stuff behind there. So then the only real remaining issue then is I've got to freaking make then I've got to do that headboard thing. Although this now becomes a lot less likely. Like the chances of that falling are very small. First of all, it's way forward on the table. Secondly, the back of like the banister part is there. This is very unlikely. And this one on the right hand side, that's still a little bit exposed, I guess. I could put the shelf behind it. What about that? What about putting the shelf behind the two of them? You know what I mean? Like, what about putting these behind them and that's the thing that blocks them from falling off? Shelf is on an inward angle. Um, right, so you're saying it wouldn't give me as much room? Because, like, let's do a little more for a second. I'll tell you why else that might work. because then I can put the tripod, here and it rises up there. And that way there's no way this thing falls off because there's a screw hole there. That might be the way to do it. Yeah. That might be the way to do it. That solves all the problems, actually. Because I don't need this, because the thing is, I don't need this shelf here because I have this. So I don't need this shelf here. So if I just like, if I move this over here, yeah, look at that. Look at that, chat. Wow, wait a minute. Let me move you over here. Look at this. That's blocked by the shelf. That's blocked 100% by the shelf. That's blocked by the shelf. And that means I have shelving behind it, and I can put the tripod on it. Then I have to worry about the tripod, but whatever. I'll work one miracle at a time. Then I don't have to do any of it. And I can, and there's screw holes, so they will screw into the table. Hell yes. That's why you guys are awesome, because you helped me think through that. That's what we do, chat. That's totally what we do. That's absolutely what we do. Yeah. And you can see more behind the... Exactly. Yep. Yep. That's it. That's sweet. Because it's so hot. Because the thing is, look at this. It just happens to land. You see where that is? Like it's right, it lands right there. So like there's a cutout there. It's like it's made for it. It literally is like it's made for it. It would have to, there's no way. It cannot possibly fall off if this is screwed in. No chance. No, it's not though. The venting is down below. This is the venting. Well, you can't see it, but the venting is there. That's the venting. Yeah, I mean, like, as far as the smaller items are concerned, Lego, the only thing I mean, I'm not going to put anything, I don't need to put stuff on the shelves. I can put stuff under the shelves, although I guess I have to be careful about knocking that off. But the thing is, on this desk right here is going to be a keyboard, a huge mouse pad, and the mouse. And then over to the right and the left is where I keep consoles. I'm going to have the PCs down below. Up on that shelf, I already have my phone, my cable modem. There's more room for other stuff. So, like, you know, like the only real issue at that point is being careful about the camera, which is expensive and is amazing, and I do not want the camera to get broken. But that miracle I can worry about. I mean, like, that's one thing I have to figure out to secure, rather than having to worry about 3 monitors and how I secure them. This is great. I really like this. I really, really like that a lot. Okay, good night, Triffid. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. Yeah, and you know why that's a landline? That is a landline, Jedi, because my wife is a therapist and she uses fax. You need to be able to fax. And yeah, you can do it electronically, blah, blah, blah. But they prefer landline faxes. So it's part of Optimum. I mean, I just get the bundle package, you know. What did you say about half off? What? Precarious what? Nah, it's fine. There's a lot more weight behind it than in front of it, so. Just the fax. You have a fax. You have a fax. I am really excited, chat. I'm really excited. I went from being like, oh crap, I got to do all this work with a headboard, to being like, no, like here's the shelves. I do the screws in and I'm good to go. And that means I can speed up the process of getting everything set up to go for tomorrow. Okay, so the only other problem I have, and then I'm going to bed. The only other problem I have is this. I guess I just have to go to the left or the right of this, because as of right now, this is not a good idea. I could do this, but like, that's yeah. So I think I have to go to the right. Yeah, I think I got to go here. But the thing is, if I go here, I'm going to have to move everything this way. So also puts me out of range of that, but whatever. First world problems. First desk problems. In general, chat, look at this beauty though. In general, just look. Look at the majesty of the setup. I am super excited. Oh man. I am pleased. I am pleased. That's great. Okay. I'm going to head off to bed. And I'm going to move myself over here so that I can do this. Chat, this was a lot of fun, actually. Thank you all. I hope you had fun doing that. You will probably see some other streams from me that will be of the building variety because this was a lot of fun and I was enjoying stuff like that. But I'm super happy with how the desk building went, actually. I mean, this took me, considering that I didn't get started on doing it, it did take me all told about, it probably took me about it took me about 6 hours to get all this done. But still, I'm pretty happy with that. Hey, good night, Redlear. I saw you lurking, Redlear. But still, that was also because I was talking to you folks. I was also trying to, like, and now again, every step of the way makes everything else easier. Now that this is out of the way, now I'll be able to bring the boxes down, throw those out. That means that the desk is up and running. That means I can get the monitors up here. That means that I can get the computers over here. I probably have to get I have to get one of those rolling things to pull it off the carpet because I have carpet down there. So I am going to have to do that. But I can get that. It's not a problem. So I have to do that. That means that I can get the wiring and the consoles, and I got some cable ties and stuff like that, so I can put this over, basically set that up. And that means that all of that will be clear, which will then allow me to put the shelves behind me, and that will allow me to then stack books and D&D games, which are coming from over there, which will clear more room there, which will let me put the blue chair that is going to be part of the book nook for the kids, and me sometimes, over here, which will let me then, when the carpenter comes, he's going to be nailing in the brackets to hold all the bookshelves that we have to the walls for extra safety. Then I can load the books on there. So we're getting there. Yeah, good night, Burner, and live suing and everybody. And I'm going to sign off here in just a second. I've never had an anti-static floor mat live suing, to be honest. Everywhere I've ever had a computer, well, my parents had wall-to-wall carpeting, so I guess they had a PC that was I was on a chair for that, but it wasn't a rolling chair. I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. I mean, it's a very low carpet. Like this is not shag carpeting. It's a very low carpet. But. And honestly, I on the one hand, I wouldn't have put it in myself, and on the other hand, I'm glad because of the soundproofing. Like, it makes it a lot more amenable to streaming. So, yeah, I'll think about that live. That's a good call. I'll think about that. But okay, yeah, bedtime. I gotta go. Chat, no raid tonight. Thank you all for being so awesome and amazing. This was a ton of fun. I actually really enjoyed this, and it was a great conversation, and you're all the best. Tomorrow night, we will definitely have a stream of some kind. I'm going to try to get my console set up so I can do Metroid Prime. If I can't, then we're going to do, or Inkle. So one way or the other, we're doing a stream tomorrow. One thing that this also proved to me, I dropped about, in a 4.5 hour stream, I dropped 0.2% of my frames doing a wireless stream. So that's pretty good. And that means to me that when I get the wired connection hooked up there with the computer with the 450 down and the 51 up, That's pretty good. So I think we're in good shape as far as the internet is concerned. That's fine. I'm no longer concerned about the internet issue. So that means that we're good to go. So if we don't do Metroid Prime, we'll do Sorcery's Inkle. And then every time that I do a stream, basically, I think you're likely to see some improvements in terms of the way the room looks, in terms of the way everything looks. When this is all said and done, this is going to be pretty freaking epic as a streaming space. Like the size of it, the ability to be able to speak freely and not worry that I'm waking people up in the house. The fact that we're going to be able to paint it and design it the way that I want it to be. The D&D books in the background, like I am excited about it. It's going to be good. And so yeah, that's going to be really useful. So I'm hoping that will be the case. Did you mean yeah? Actually, wait a second. I just want to double check what Live Suing said about anti-static floor mat. Oh, for the PC, yes. Not going to need it, I think, because it's going to be up in a cart. But anyway, I get the idea. Regardless, I got to get out of here and let you all go. Thank you all for being here. You are lovely people. Thank you, thank you. I am heading off. This, again, for those of you who missed it, this is now Windcoast Studios. That's the unofficial name for it, is Windcoast Studios. I also think the lighting, now that I'm thinking about it, is pretty decent here. I have a lighting panel that I'm going to have to put as well, but I think the lighting's not bad actually, so I'm happy about that. So yeah, there's going to be streams here. It's going to be good times. I'm excited for it, and again, so happy that I actually have a place that's a good size enough where I can actually do that. So thank you all for being here and for helping me out through this and for participating in all that stuff. I will be back tomorrow with either Metroid Prime, or later today with either Metroid Prime or with Inkle Sorcery 3, and thanks all for being awesome. Thank you to my mods, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage. Thank you to the wonderful and awesome Patreon people, and of course also my subscribers, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Echo Alpha, Live Suing, Mrs. Dunslow, and Redlear. Thank you so much to my wonderful viewers, Carbo, Commander Root, Electrical Longboard, Extra More, Ghost of Christmas Future, Have This, Joint Effort, JZB, Marinda, Cicades, Tauntaums, T-Minus, Trioperds, excuse me, you Christians and V&K, Virgo Praz, and X Rogan. Don't forget, you can subscribe to the channel, support the Patreon, follow the channel, check out the YouTube with !arvtube, Discord !arvcord, Twitter !arv tweets, website arvanellarun.com, !arv shop for merchandise, !arv try on for Patreon, subscribe, publishing, !Icarus for my graphic novel from Mathis Arts, !Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library 5e from Alligator Alley Entertainment, coming in physical very soon when it gets out of customs. Please make that happen. !Grayshade KS for my Grayshade Kickstarter, which is going to launch early next month. And last but certainly not least, of course, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert that Black Lives Matter because they do, and to protect those lives. And Help Now. That would be lovely. And Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. That's the deal with that. I'm out of here. Thank you all so much for being awesome peoples, and I will see you folks soon. Bye from Windcoast Studios. I'll catch you folks soon. Bye for now. Be good to each other. Bye.